of the Oregon City Commission for Wednesday meeting for Wednesday, October 15th. Can we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Commissioner Mum?
Here.
Commissioner Pauley?
Here.
Commissioner Roth?
Here.
Well, that's a lot of
By teleconference today. And Mayor Neely.
Here. You please join me in the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have a proclamation to read today. A proclamation declaring November 1st, 2014 as Extra Mile Day. Whereas Oregon City, Oregon is a community which acknowledges that a special vibrancy exists within the entire community when its individual citizens collectively go the extra mile in personal effort, volunteerism, and service. Whereas Oregon City is a community which encourages its citizens to maximize their personal contribution to the community by giving of themselves wholeheartedly and with total effort, commitment, and conviction to their individual ambitions, family, friends, and community. And where Oregon City, Oregon is a community which chooses to shine a light on and celebrate individuals and organizations within its community who go the extra mile in order to make a difference and lift up fellow members of their community. And whereas Oregon City, Oregon acknowledges the mission of the Extra Mile America to create 500 extra mile cities in America and is proud to support Extra Mile Day on November 1st, 2014. I, Doug Neely, Mayor of Oregon City, do hereby claim November 1st, 2014 as Extra Mile Day. I urge each individual in the community to take time on this day, not only to go walk the extra mile on his or her own life, but also to acknowledge all who are inspirational in their efforts and commitment to make their organizations, families, communities, country, or world a much better place. And I'll be signing this. We appreciate this kind of acknowledgement. All of our City Commission members are volunteers. We are not paid a salary, we're not paid an honorarium or a stipend, and at the same time we enjoy what we're doing. Some of us volunteer more than others. I don't know where Rocky, what time he has to rest or anything. He's volunteering for so many things. But yes, and of course we have among us many volunteers. I see many of our board members and friends groups here, many people from the citizen involvement committees, from our neighborhood associations and so forth. And it's those things that build our community successfully. Thank you for being here. And we'll go on now, and we'll have a annual report from our Natural Resources Committee.
There's a couple of seats up front if anybody wants them.
And
Front row.
good mic. We're going to have the chair of the Natural Resources Committee speaking to us.
Yes, we do.
Okay, for some reason you have some feedback, but I don't know what that means.
Okay, so I'm Brian Boyce. I'm the proud resident in the northernmost house in Oregon City. And I'm wearing in honor of Mayor Neely's almost 8 years of service, I'm wearing a Hawaiian-type shirt.
Oh, I love it. That's great.
Yeah, I've been chair of the Reborn Natural Resources Committee since its inception at Mayor Neely's behest a few years ago, and we rejuvenated and reformed the NRC just 2 years ago, almost 3. So. And we've done a lot of things over that period of time, and I was wanting to make a report to the board here, and you're familiar with some of the stuff because you voted on it already. So much of it you didn't. It was all internal, getting our house in order. So we revised the Heritage Tree Ordinance last year, and I believe that's still before you. It hasn't actually been acted on. We, making use of that ordinance, which we reformed a certain amount, we have recommended 4 heritage trees for designation by the City Commission. We did tour and provide input on the Willamette Falls Heritage Legacy Project, and that's an ongoing project still for us. And as we all know, there's plenty of potential there. We provided some guidance and input on the Union Pacific Trolley Bridge removal and restoration project. And we're waiting to hear from Metro if they have any plans in that area. They had money allotted to study making a crossing there, and then the bridge fell in. And I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks before that they actually bequested that money. And I'm not sure what's happened to that. But we did some commentary on the proposed Public Works Center Street site, and also on Waterboard Park as a heritage grove. And we revised the Oregon City street tree list and got it more up to date, and that was adopted by you already. We submitted a recommendation for tree and beaver management at Clackamas Cove and other city-owned land. Provided guidance and input on the Tree City USA applications, which is an ongoing project because you get recertified every year. And we also did the same with Arbor Day celebrations, which is an ongoing project. And we commented on the McLaughlin Phase 2 Public Works projects and the Highway Division projects there. And we put on a heritage tour last October, and we'll be doing one early next spring. That was well received in its first incarnation and should be the next time. And I got new glasses, and it's much harder to read. I can read better without them.
It is.
And then we approved draft amendments to our own bylaws, which have been submitted to you by resolution in the future. And just last month, we had approved a work plan for this year and next with a variety of tasks, some put off for future and other ones to be tackled starting right away. So it was quite a bit of doing, and one of our plans is to submit for city input some new projects and approaches to be considered next January for those of you that are going to be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you. I always appreciate hearing from all of the committees. I really appreciate
Thank you.
that.
Could you, I know you've got, I see some people from the other people in the committee. Could they stand or he stand?
Yeah.
I see Doug DeHart. Thanks for coming. And Natural Resource Committee?
We should draft him. And I think that's about it that's in. Jerry Herman couldn't make it. He's always too busy, so.
Thank you so
yeah.
much for the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, and I did the same for Planning Commission, and they asked that I write it up, and if you would like that, I can have it forwarded to you.
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be
That'd
Please
be
do.
great.
Okay,
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the time for citizen comments for things that are not on the agenda. At this point, I don't have anybody on the list.
Four.
Is that right?
3.
They're coming.
Oh, they're coming.
Yep.
Damon Maybe, Howard Post, will you please come forward? Our item's not on the agenda.
Howard, come on up.
We got 2 chairs.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, you'll have to use his when the time comes, but
Excuse me, Mayor. The video is on out in the lobby as well, so if anyone wants to step out there, you can hear and see us out there if
Well,
it's
then,
more comfortable for you.
that's great. Thank
Chairs
you.
are a lot nicer out there. First off, I'd like to thank all of you for your service, and you're worth 10 times what we pay you.
Thank you. I think you should vote a raise in for us, huh?
Well, when I was
Double our salary.
When I sat there, I thought that should have been January 1st. The first resolution was to double our pay every year, and then just watch the voters go crazy
Yeah.
until they realize. Anyway, my name is Damon Maybe. I'm a resident of Oregon City. And my question for you to start this out is has the pavement maintenance utility fee ordinance been adjusted since it was adopted in 2007?
Yes,
That's what I'm up.
it's gone up.
Well, I mean, the rate has, but has the ordinance itself,
So I'll
okay?
come back to this.
Then that gets to the second half of mine, which is, as one of the people who passed that ordinance and had the benefit of discussing it, one of the things that was very clear was it was for pavement maintenance,
Yes,
not sidewalks.
correct.
Right.
And Jackson Street, when it was redone, was done, 20 curbs were adjusted to ADA standards using pavement maintenance utility fee money. I know this because I asked John Lewis, and he said, yeah, that's the only way we had to pay for it. And a couple of it looks like there's been a couple of them on the Washington Street that have been adjusted. I haven't had a chance to talk to him since then. If you're going to go forward with a pipe fee or a park
Yes.
fee or anything else,
We have to-
you can't allow mission creep to get in.
No, I
Not
agree.
without an ordinance adjustment. So, while it looks wonderful, and as somebody who drives it all the time, I'm
Yeah.
glad to not have my suspension ripped out crossing 12th and Jackson. That money could have went to the extra mile
Yes.
of pavement.
That's
And
correct.
at least taken us to the top of the hill.
I did
So,
not realize that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I'm sure David Fraser is making a note as we speak.
So,
Thank you.
yep.
Thank you.
John Lewis chose a convenient day not to be here.
Email had a reason.
Howard.
I'm Howard Boson Kanema, and I'm coming probably for a little guidance from the council and or probably the city manager or the city attorney. We had our annual general election in November. Nobody wanted to run, so we reappointed the same officers. There seems to be some contention with this. We went to the CIC. The CIC did not recognize our election. They recognized another source. There's been a lot of dissension and a lot of stuff. The neighborhood's divided. We went to grievance. We went to all this stuff a year later. We still haven't resolved it. So maybe I'm hunting for maybe the city manager or the city attorney to resolve this. The question of election, and I will quote, an election to an office becomes final immediately if the candidate's president does not decline after an election has become final and stated in this paragraph, too late to rescind it. A lot of hard feelings, and we have a lot of problems, so we don't quite know where to go with this.
So you feel it's been covered by your bylaws, I take it?
Well, the bylaws are pretty clear, but we've had a lot of dissension over the election, whether it took place or not, blah, 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 and a lot of hard feelings, and a lot of stuff was said. I recorded the minutes, I turned it in, and there was some deception with that, and we've been arguing ever since. We went to CIC, the CIC didn't really want to get involved because they just recommend to you guys. So it kind of comes back to the experts here, to what we want to do. I just kind of want to go on record because we need some guidance and we got a lot of problems. So,
Mayor, you might remember that when you established a grievance committee for the CIC
Yeah.
to look at this, but as I've reviewed that with them and with the city attorney, the city, those neighborhood associations are not instrumentalities of the city, so you have great restrictions on your ability to validate or invalidate elections that they have. And that was the advice of our city attorney, Bill Kabeisman, at the time. So the guidance the grievance committee gave them that I'm familiar with was to seek mediation, and they offered a number of solutions. And I don't know if you've availed yourself of those solutions.
no, we haven't got
But
that far.
there's not going to be, I don't believe this body is going to have any solutions for you that are different than those.
Right.
If we came up with a solution, it'd probably not make any of the members of the
Yeah.
Geneva Neighborhood Association happy.
Well, you know, one suggestion, we just have a new election, and that's probably the best way to do it, but everybody has to resign, and there's some reluctance by other people to resign. And, you know, I don't know what to do, but all I'm saying, we're trying for some guidance, and if we can come up with some, we'd be great.
There'll be new elections in the future. I think the terms are,
Yeah, one more year.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
the question is whether the first election was valid or not, as per the bylaws, so we can go round and round and round, so we don't know where to go with this.
Well, we've gone through this before
Yes, we have.
with
I know.
another neighborhood.
We have.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not up to us to make that decision, in my opinion. You guys have to go to mediation.
Fine.
And
We just want to solve it. It's been a year and we're still battling and really a lot of hard feelings, so,
Well, thanks for letting us know about it.
yeah, anyway, thank you.
thank
All
you.
right. Paul Edgar.
Well, Paul Edgar, Kanema. Unfortunately, I have to talk a little bit about the same thing, but the more important reason why is somebody who had been the land use chair of the neighborhood association. I understand the requirements by the LCDC for having an authorized agent for land use considerations representing the neighborhood. This is a judicial requirement of the city. This is not just a neighborhood issue. And because of that, I just wanted in this statement of fact to confirm to you that yes, we did have a meeting. And the meeting occurred November 21st. An election was held. It was authorized, it was noticed, and it was done legally. A slate of officers that had been in place was renominated and voted on. We subsequently had another meeting that said by the neighborhood where a member of the police department was there. We had one of the highest attendance ever in the meeting said, let's follow our guidelines of our bylaws. We did that. And that's all we're asking. So all of a sudden, we get into the situation. And then we have a letter from the city attorney's office talking about, written by William Kabizman, saying that we have an election, the first election is the election.
Yeah.
Okay? We can't redo the election. So what we're saying is that it is important for LCDC, for the city, for recognizing procedures and laws, and that we have some type of understanding and agreement and resolution. So this is not something where we can just pass the buck. And I therefore ask you to take a look and say, get involved. Something has to happen, and it has to be smart, and it has to be reasonable. I too would come back and say, if the division in the neighborhood is immense, the involvement that is how it's affecting everybody is crazy. The long haul, we probably should have another election soon, and maybe November, December, as soon as we could do it. But let's get something going, and then draw a line under it and move ahead. But what we have right now, if there was legally a position, Howard Post is the chair. Thank you.
Alrighty.
I don't know if there's a process for having, in your bylaws, having another election called by the populace of the neighborhood association. One thing you might explore is redoing your bylaws first. I mean, you're able to hold meetings, right?
We've tried to hold meetings, but we have, we'll call the renegade faction that says, okay, we're the leadership. We have the city, in a sense, saying, it's kind of like, what do we do? They've had some involvement, and the involvement was to turn around and saying, we'll take the second election people. And I'm saying, wow, the city attorney says first election. Now we get people saying second election, and we're getting support by Katie Riggs saying that that's the fact.
Paul, you know, I've asked for this before, this information. I would really like to know, when is Kanema Neighborhood meeting? I would like to attend a meeting. On the website, it says to be arranged. You have told me in the past that you only meet whenever something comes up.
No, we
That
have.
is what you have told me.
We've had special meetings where when issues come up, but yes.
The next time you have a meeting, can you include us on the email list, please?
Okay, yes, we will. I will ask, and I will try to take an active role to see if we can get everybody involved. But this is when you get into the only National Register historic district in Clackamas County, that's Kanema, and the importance of. We have infill requests. We have all of these land use issues. We're in a geological overlay hazard zone of significance. A lot of the hillside is 50% plus slopes, creeks and water running all over, everywhere. It's sliding. We've got issues that are more significant than a lot, so we need to get this thing resolved.
I'm going to make one suggestion: call a meeting to look at your bylaws.
Okay, we have, and people are looking at them now, but our bylaws that we voted on are pretty right there. You can look at them.
Oh, I understand that.
And the neighborhood said, let's support them as is,
Yeah,
without a dissenting vote.
Okay. With that, we've had issues like this come up before at neighborhood associations. Eventually, they seem to work themselves out. With that, we're going to go ahead for the adoption of the agenda. Anybody want to pull anything off the consent agenda?
No.
Kathy? Okay,
I would like to call something.
go ahead.
The last one about the easement, the alley downtown,
Alleys.
Yeah.
8F.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
It's been pulled, yes. Good.
It's in our regular agenda, right?
No.
It's
Okay,
in the
well,
consent, but it's been.
Oh, it was supposed to be pulled off.
yeah, it's pulled
Well,
off.
of
Is it being
consent.
considered?
This is
today
where
or
we
not?
pull it off.
Oh,
It's
okay.
under the adoption of the
Yes,
agenda.
I requested for it to be pulled off
Yeah.
too. That
So
sounds
it's
great.
been pulled.
Good.
You mean for discussion this evening, separate
Yeah.
discussion
Yes.
this evening?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
And others had requested it too.
Were you under citizen comment? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought.
Well, it's
No,
finally.
Another
Excuse me,
citizen
Mayor, I'm
comment.
sorry, we have one more citizen comment. He
Okay,
got
that's
under
okay.
the wrong one.
We'll get the name up here.
Yep. It's Bob Mahoney.
Bob, that one's for the phone.
Good.
That's okay.
That's,
It's all right.
that's Kathy Roth's microphone.
It's
You're taking
okay.
away from
It's-
Kathy.
Are you there, Kathy? 1, 2, 3.
You got to point it to her too.
It's all right.
On a lighter note,
Bob Mahoney just took your mic, Kathy.
I'm one of those referees, volunteers that you referred to. That's
Yes,
not
you
being
are.
paid.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
Yes.
Yes.
David, you said the check was in the mail. Am I wrong? You just got the address
Yeah,
wrong. didn't
he checked you as a volunteer.
you? After Paul Edgar's comments, I want to be paid.
Yeah, we all do.
I'm here really to talk about the Willamette Falls.
Well, then we're going to get to that agenda item. So do you want to sit there while I go into it?
What do you want
We're
me
going to
to
have
do?
public comment on this.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, okay. Am I?
This period is for non-agenda items.
So what you're saying is I'm out of order again?
Yeah.
Jump the gun, Bob. Every time I talk to you, I'm out of order.
But I didn't say it.
I'm going back to my seat.
You're paid too much.
We're going to dock your pay.
So that will go into the public hearings. Willamette Falls Legacy Project. We've all been waiting for this, and it's finally here.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we'll turn it over to Mr. Conkle, who's been I don't know how many hours you work a week, but I know at least full time on this one, and I know you're doing other things too.
So, thank you, Mayor. Evening, Commissioners. Much anticipated, and it's been hard to believe that it's been over 3.5 years. In February of 2011, our community, our area, lost a resource that's been here for decades. Lost 175 well-paying jobs. With the foresight of this commission and previous commissions, and then the partnership that we've been able to create, we've gotten to this point today, where we get to present to you tonight the proposed Willamette Falls Framework Plan. Christina Robertson Gardner has been the project manager on this, and we've had an excellent team that's worked with us through this project. And as many as you recall, we started this off, and really the question was, if we do this right in 25 years, if you're sitting out here, what do you see and what don't you see? And the team that we've put together was able to take that and that community involvement that was far-reaching throughout the region. And when you get letters of support from Washington County, Beaverton, all throughout the region, it's been an impressive public process that was very well done, and we hope to emulate in the future. Tonight, we want to walk through what we're proposing to do. You'll see 2 ordinances and a resolution in front of you. One ordinance will adopt a multimodal mixed-use area, an MMA designation for our downtown. The second ordinance will approve the comprehensive plan amendment, the zone change, the adoption of the framework master plan, and then the resolution that'll adopt the vision document, which really captures a lot of what we've heard that was really hard to codify. And as we work through this tonight, we have all of our consultant team here to help answer questions as we make our presentation. Many of you have been very involved. Mayor and Commissioner Pauley were actually on the partners group, which is 2 elected officials and the chief administrator from each of our partners, Metro, Clackamas County, obviously Oregon City, Regional Solutions Office, originally the trustee. And then in May, when Mr. Heigerken purchased the property, he became a partner as well, both in the planning process as well as the financial commitment to completing that framework master plan. So this really has been a group effort. And I do want to thank and acknowledge each of those partners. They brought their staff time, they brought their expertise, they brought the financial ability to do this. It has been one of the most pleasurable projects that I've worked on in terms of the cooperation and the product that we've created today, the public engagement, the input we've received, the excitement from the community about this opportunity. And we believe that what we're going to present tonight reflects what we've heard and provides the first step for re-envisioning what can happen on Blue Heron, returning it to our downtown, to our Main Street. A lot of what you'll see tonight, as you recall, and anyone who's been a part of this, has been the 4 values that have really driven the process that we've gone through. Economic development. What can we do to knock down perceived and existing barriers to reinvestment by the private side into this property to make sure that we don't have a vacant mill at the end of our downtown for 30 years? Healthy habitat. What are the opportunities to improve not only the Willamette River, but how we deal with stormwater, habitat, vegetation along that shoreline, on the site? Historical and cultural interpretation. The story that can be told along this half a mile of property on the Willamette River is absolutely amazing. From the floods that gave us the falls and the amazing farmland, to the importance of this was to Native American tribes. This was a meeting, hunting, gathering place long before John McLaughlin started to make his way out. Capital for the Oregon Territory, capital for the state of Oregon. It's just all right here on this property. And then finally, public access. Overwhelming support from the people that we engaged with, took surveys from, on providing public access along the river and to the falls for the first time in over 100 years. And so we believe that the master plan and the framework plan that we're bringing forward tonight reflects those values, carries them forward, and really starts to refine them into something that can be implemented. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Christina and our team to give the presentation.
Can I ask one question? I think you have it at the top of your head. How many public comments did we get altogether? You know?
Gosh, it was probably over 4,000.
Oh.
That's great. Good work.
That means
between surveys, tours, engaging with neighborhood associations, interest groups, stakeholder groups, really trying to take those comments to heart and reflect that into what you see today.
That means I've got to edit my City Matters article. Okay.
Thousands.
It was thousands, but it weren't as many thousands as he just said.
Well, thank you, Mayor Neely. This is just a real brief talk on my end. I'm going to hand this over to our amazing consultant team, and I'll come back after their presentation. And I do have a one slide that briefly goes over and talks a little bit more in detail the 3 off-site traffic improvements. I wanted to just really spell those out so you understand them, and it's a little bit of the ODOT transportation planner ease and the conditions of approval, so I just wanted to put a little bit of a layperson spin on that. 2 items tonight. We have entered into the record tonight a letter from the Clackamas County League of Women Voters that should be already on your computers. Mm-hmm. And just in the abundance of caution, we're also adding the actual master plan, the one-page master plan, into Exhibit A of your ordinance tonight, 14-1016, which is the findings for the concept master plan, comprehensive plan amendments, and zone change. So that Exhibit A has all the Planning Commission findings, the matrix, the staff report, and just to reiterate, we'll be putting the master plan in there for future planning and city commissions to see that was actually adopted, even though it is part of the application. Before I hand it off to our consultant team, I wanted to piggyback a little bit on what Tony Conkle mentioned. I've really had the pleasure of the last year and a half to work with Walker Macy, especially Mike Zylis, Ken Peary, kind of my co-project manager on the other side, and all of the consultant team. They've really, I think, really upped the game we have in Oregon City here and what should be expected for public participation and quality of work. And I've just been really proud to be part of this project and really proud of their work. But I think unlike a lot of planning projects where you hire a consultant team and they do fantastic professional work, what we have here is that plus we've created massive champions from our consultant team that see the value of this project as Oregonians. So that, I think, is a unique benefit we've had, and you can really see it from how passionate they are with this project. And so I just want to say a big thank you to all of our consultants. We've been very pleased and excited about your work. So right now I'm going to hand it over to Ben Schoenberger with Winterbrook Planning. We also have George Kramer, who is our preservation consultant, who will spend a little bit of time talking about our preservation lens, and then wrapping up with Mike Zylis from Walker Macy.
If I might just ask
sure.
one question. We have 3 actions under this particular agenda item. Are we going to get a single overall presentation, or are we going to get presentations before each one of
No,
those?
it'll be an overall presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the goal is at the time of adoption to do them 3 in a row, but I'll hand it over to Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Mayor, just some logistical issues that I'm obliged to deal with. First of all, I have to ask all of you, including Commissioner Roth, whether you have any interest in the outcome, any financial interest in this project.
None that I know of at this time.
Okay, I hear all negatives or silence, and I'll take that to be a negative. Secondly, because some aspects of this project are quasi-judicial, you all know about this, and we asked this at the Planning Commission, to the extent that you recall, you should make a disclosure of ex-parte contacts. I know there's an extensive email record for all the emails that were sent to the commission. They are available. They are part of this record. But I've got to be the jerk that asks you to disclose whatever ex-parte contacts you have. And I've got 2 other items before I stop.
I'll start by saying frequently I'm asked on wherever I am how this process is going, and I've described the process. And a lot of these people have shared their visions like they have other matters, but basically when my response is talking about the process that we have.
Mine's the same.
Yeah, same thing. And I think well, I at least keep a record of it. I think we're all keeping a record of it. But it's the same kind of thing. Everyone in town's asking about it, so it's but mainly the process where we're at, where it is now, and that. But
if there's anybody here who wants to ask the commission about their Commissioner Roth, I take it you join in the same discussion?
Yes.
Okay. If there's anybody,
I have not had any contacts about this.
Is there anybody in the audience that wants to ask the mayor or commissioners about their ex-parte contacts? Now's the time. Seeing none, two other things. This is a hearing that is based on the record made before the Planning Commission. So you should not take into consideration any additional evidence. Support, generally is fine, but no new evidence. And if new evidence does come before you inadvertently or vertently, you should disregard it, and I will assume that you will. The last thing is, as Christina said, there is a new map. So when we get to Ordinance 1016, I will have to read the map. This is pretty hard. It's here as part of the adoption of the ordinance. That's all I have. Thank you.
Just a question. I followed pretty thoroughly the Planning Commission procedures here. My question is this: if I presume that if staff that we haven't picked up, that there's some new evidence coming forward from members of staff, will be able to direct that.
But what I'm assuming is that you will disregard anything that's new.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So before we turn it over to Ben and George here to give the presentation, I just was remiss, and this went before the Planning Commission for 3 hearings. We addressed their concerns, which were included in an exhibit in the information that you received, kind of the things that bubbled to the top. They felt that we addressed those adequately. It was a unanimous 7-0 vote recommending approval to the Commission for adoption of the ordinances and the resolution.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Ben Schoenberger. I'm a land use planner, and I'm a member of the consulting team, the Walker Macy-led consulting team for the project, and prepared the quasi-judicial application that's before you today, in addition to the other parts of the proposal. So I'm going to be very brief, not drill down into the minute details of the plan, but I want to give a short history of the process, the planning process by which we've arrived here today. And just to recap, that this application is the collective vision of, as we just said, thousands of contacts with people over more than a year of outreach. And it's not in that way the typical developer-driven vision of a single person who brought it to you and is now trying to get approval for it. Rather, it's kind of that sort of collective product of the public engagement that's happened over that period. And that engagement and that process was driven by these 4 core values that Tony just talked about. And so it was sort of the principles began and the outreach was done, and we developed those into a series of rules that has now kind of resulted in what we've got in front of us today. And I think it's important for us to stand up for that process right now, because it was really impressive. And there were dozens of meetings and the community conversations that were had, events that were had all over the city and the region, thousands of comments online and in person. And in addition, there were contributions from technical experts. So there was historic preservation experts like George, who's sitting next to me, the political partners that were involved. We had Metro, we had Clackamas County, we had all the people in the region. We had 62 different civic, business, or environmental groups were spoken with, and discussions were engaged. And it was really an impressive variety, both in terms of the technical expertise and the breadth of the discussions that have led us to the place where we're at today. So all that put into the pot together, and we developed a regulatory approach. And that approach is a balance, sort of a delicate balance between flexibility on the one side and certainty on the other. You have to have the flexibility to be nimble enough to allow different kinds of outcomes that we're not certain of to happen, but we also need certainty on the other side, so that the plan actually means something, that it has rules and it has outlines and it defines what we do and don't want on the property. And that was a tightrope act. And this is something I discussed on the record at the Planning Commission as well, is that every element of the plan, every height restriction and every block and every street width and all those kind of things that are in this plan is the result of a push and a pull and a debate over, well, that's a little too big, oh, that's a little too small, we want a greater setback, we want a smaller setback. And just as an example, and I discussed this earlier as well, we had comments among those 4,000 public comments that came into us that said, scrape the site clean and start over. And we had comments that said, no, preserve every last scrap of building on the site because we might need that in the future, or we might want to have the mill come back. So we were kind of in that position of those are the extremes, and we need to come to some sort of middle ground position that allows us that best balance of those two interests. So that as that process was going on, we also had the unusual situation of not having a property owner at the table to sort of bounce ideas off and discuss what the anticipated direction of this site was. And to be clear, we also had several prospective owners arrive, review the site, and turn around and walk away. So what happened eventually was that a new owner of the site, the current owner of the site, came to us kind of at the end of the planning process and thankfully reviewed it, saw the value in all that public engagement and the flexibility and certainty balance that we had struck, and signed off on the application and has become a close partner of ours in bringing this process to you today. And I think that provides sort of a lesson for us in the value of that, and it's important that we now have that person at the table and that we're kind of coming together with the momentum of all these political partners, the 7-0 vote at the Planning Commission, and the owner on board, and it really is exciting. That said, we can't predict the nature of new development, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen or exactly on what time frame development on the site is going to happen. The plan is a framework. It's an outline of possibilities of things that could happen on the site. And that change will happen incrementally over time. And the city rules that we've established in this plan we think are nimble, and those things could also be adjusted as we go forward in the future. So just to conclude, I have a lot of faith in this process. I was very impressed by how the community came together to bring it to where we are at today. And I have a lot of faith in this plan. I think this is the sort of set of rules, the outline, the way that we can go forward that provides a lot of certainty for future investment and future development and protects the city's interests. And it provides a clear path forward for us as a community. And I really believe in where we're at and where this area is going, and I would encourage your approval. And with that, I'd like to hand it to George, who will talk a little more specifically about the historic preservation elements of this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think we need to trade seats.
Oh, yeah, right. You don't have a microphone.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission. I'm George Kramer from Ashland, Kramer & Company. I, too, am a member of the Walker-Macy team. My involvement on this site goes back 2 decades. And I would like to congratulate you, Oregon City, and your staff for getting to this night. It's been a lot of work, and you should be proud of yourselves.
Very exciting.
I would like to talk a little bit about the historic preservation component of the project and that tightrope that Ben referred to, because it was, in fact, a tightrope. And we did range from saving everything to scraping everything and then trying to find some sort of reasonable balancing point in the middle. I don't have to tell you that this is an incredibly complex, unusual site. A lot of the language that we use in historic preservation doesn't quite fit. We refer to the built resources of the Blue Heron site as buildings, but in fact they're really structures. Most of them were built as weather envelopes for the equipment, the paper-making equipment that's inside them. And so early on in this process, we came up with a 3-pronged approach to evaluate them and their potential for an owner yet to be named and a use yet to be named. And those 3 prongs were, of course, their historic significance, their potential for adaptive reuse, and then their inherent structural quality. If a use was identified, did the building structure allow it? And you have to remember that these are buildings, many of which have no interior floors. They don't have stairwells. They're just big shells of buildings. And so we evaluated all 64 of those structures and came up with what we felt was, after walking the tightrope and the push-pull, came up with what we thought were 5 critical elements on the site, in full recognition that the complexity of this site is such that many of the other buildings that were not identified as critical would likely be retained simply because it would be so difficult to remove them from one of the 5. And at the Planning Commission, I testified on this process. There was a lot of concern in the community about this building or that building and its history. And I said at the Planning Commission, and I'll say to you, that if we lived in a world where historic preservation was the end-all, be-all, and economics and job creation and habitat and recreation didn't matter, then heck, let's save them all. But we don't live in that world. And the best option for the Blue Heron, the former Blue Heron plant, and for Oregon City is to hit that balance. And I am very confident that we have hit that balance, that the key buildings that we have identified and regulated as necessary are the key buildings. I thought of this process as I was driving here tonight, that there's regulation, there's a little bit of encouragement, that we would encourage others of the buildings beyond the 5 to be saved, and I'm confident that that will work. And we would hope that that happens. But that you can't regulate hope or encouragement. And you have to hit a balance where someone has that certainty that Ben talked about to jump in and get their hands dirty on this site. And they're going to get dirty hands on this site. There's a lot of head scratching that's going to happen. With the plan before you, there is enough certainty that someone can confidently step up and do that, know what's expected of them, but have the flexibility to be creative about the rest of it. It's a good plan, and I am happy to recommend it to you.
Great. Thank you.
I ask you a question of you, and it has to do with the plan. Well, you know, I've been through the site several times, and those five buildings are always pointed out. As I read it, there's 5 additional structures that also should be considered. Can you talk to us a bit about those 5 additional structures?
There are 5 other buildings that members of the public consider to be key. Without going through a laundry list,
yes,
although if we can, each of those, when we evaluated these buildings initially, myself, a structural engineer, and an architect, we came up with a 6-point range, +3 to -3. And you got +3 if you were to the good, -3 to the bad, and we came up with a balance. Many of the structures in the other 5 are undoubtedly historic. As others have pointed out, they are potentially eligible for listing on the National Register for their relationship to the making of paper in Oregon City. All of those 5 have huge redevelopment or structural challenges. The one that keeps coming up is Mill C. Clearly a historic structure. When I evaluated it, it was a +3. When the structural engineer looked at it, it was a -3. And since it's essentially a steel framework with a transite shell around a bunch of 4-story tall cast iron vats, there's not a lot of adaptive reuse potential, so it didn't do well in that either. That's why those other 5 buildings, there's no doubt that they're historic. But in terms of requiring them to be reused for something, there really is not much opportunity to do that unless you're going to make paper again.
Thank you.
We'll hand it to Mike Silas.
Good evening. Mike Silas, Walker Macy. It's been an incredible honor to work with you, the community, and the public at large to arrive at the plan we are asking for approval for tonight. It's been an incredible journey. It's kind of hard to imagine. It's only been a year and a half. It seems much longer given the amount of effort we've all put in. But it's been a tremendous success. We've never worked on a project in the history of our firm that's been so roundly accepted by the community, and so much enthusiasm has been brought forth. It's been truly a phenomenal effort, and I congratulate your staff as well as the commissions for all the hard work and the diligence that went into making this plan come about. And this one doesn't want to work. Clap my hands. There you go. High tech. And just to remind, I know the mayor asked about the number of events and the number of participants. The wide-ranging outreach that happened here is unprecedented in my experience in the region. The number of public events that your staff was at and volunteers took input. The public meetings that were just completely exciting to be part of because of the amount of energy and good ideas that came forward. And of course the celebrations that happened when we all toasted that we had arrived at a successful plan. It was very fulfilling. The plan that we're asking for approval for tonight is a framework, and has been indicated. This is not the master plan. This is a framework for development to occur, and it gives you the certainty about circulation, about general redevelopment potential, importantly about connections, excuse me, of the public to the falls, and a strategy is in place that incorporates the historic resources that George was talking about. So we think this is a great plan, and in talking to the new owner, they keep reminding us, as our economists have, that we need lots of flexibility. The economy is not as strong as we'd all like it, and this is a very difficult site to bring forward to the vision that everyone has. So this plan intentionally has that flexibility, and as it moves forward, each individual step will be coming back to the Planning Commission and to yourselves as it moves forward. So there's a lot of steps still to occur. But just to remind you about the potential of opening up the site, the waterfront, the circulation system to the public has been one of the main desires of all that we spoke to. To many, this facility is mind-boggling. No one can see the forest for the trees when you start walking through. And what's been interesting is working with the team we have. We've actually been able to sort this out a little bit and understand where the values are. And there's incredible values that many people haven't seen, and they're 3 stories down, they're 4 stories down. And so it's really exciting to think about how this site will be reopened, the history of the place, and the natural resources will be evident to the public. And imagining hundreds of people enjoying this waterfront, connecting to the natural resources as well as the redevelopment is going to be quite a moment. We have been working with PGE, as you know, and they were an excited partner to allow us access to their property. This is actually off the site to enable people to come to the most important place in many people's minds, and that's the edge of the falls. We are envisioning a revitalized downtown. This is now part of your downtown, and the property owner has reminded us of that a couple times. And it's really important to think about the support that this project will need going forward. You've been very successful in your downtown. It's a great symbol of when people come together, what can happen. And this site will take that amount of effort and more. And the vision for this place is a revitalized site that really connects people to the natural resources and to your downtown. With that, I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just say we're available here as a resource to answer questions, and we can also just proceed with the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think before we start public comment, if anybody here has questions first.
I have
Yeah.
one more slide too.
Oh, okay.
All right. in the conditions of approval that are attached in Exhibit A of the ordinance 14-1016, it speaks to 3 off-site improvements that the development will need to provide. And I just wanted to spend this time to take a little bit of that transportation plan areas off, so when people ask you in the future or as this comes back, and this will also come back as part of a IGA with ODOT in the coming months. So I want to just spell this out so you, when it comes back to you, you'll remember and recognize these 3 issues. If you remember, part of the MMA adoption is we are really changing our focus of the area from going from a specific V over C or congestion ratio of, you need to address the additional trips on this site in kind of a auto-oriented result. And really what MMA is, we're completely changing how we look at the site and how we look at downtown, knowing that we will succeed as a downtown when we develop and reorient itself to using pedestrians, bikes, buses, and cars. And we need to have a way of looking at development that understands that during peak hours there may be some additional congestion, but that is taken into account that we will have a vibrant downtown. And so because with this MMA, the applicant is not looking at your traditional improvements where X trips requires you to improve this amount, it's really metric. We really spent the last 8 months working with ODOT to look at safety improvements on the site and on this stretch of 99E. And the 3 safety improvements that were really agreed upon that had the most impact were these, and we've labeled them A, B, and C, and they're in the conditions of approval. One is ODOT is already working on intelligent transportation system and advanced warning and new lighting in the tunnel. So when people come northbound into the tunnel, they'll have more information as they to what's going on ahead of them. That project, the Oregon City has agreed to pay up to $500,000, with the owner paying up to $250,000 of that. ODOT might be able to, with their funding, pay for all of those improvements, but as part of our IGA, we have agreed up to $500,000 if that is needed. The second project is a modification of the right turn geometry onto Railroad. Right now, it's a very hard right that you turn out of the tunnel. And this is looking at adding a very, very short deceleration lane. So it also allows pedestrians that are coming out of the pedestrian entrance in the tunnel to give a little bit more space as they leave that tunnel, and a little bit of a refuge area to be able to be in a safe place waiting for cars to pass on Railroad. What that does, though, is that will require some property acquisition on properties adjacent to Railroad Avenue. And we are the way the condition of improvement is laid out is the city will work with ODOT on that acquisition, and the property owner, this applicant, will make the improvements when they reach a threshold over 140 peak hour trips. And that number's special because that was the Blue Heron peak hour trips, the pre-industrial use. That was kind of the agreed upon, is when they hit that metric threshold, that's when this project needs to be implemented. The third project, C, is 1 or 2. It's either that at the new introduction of Water Street back to the site at C will require a right in, right out. And usually there's 2 approaches. Is you either do what we call a pork chop, which constrains right in, right out, or you do a center medium on 99, and it's really to be designed later. But that project also has a couple of thresholds in your staff report about when one of these things are triggered, then that will be done. So these are the 3 off-site improvements. On-site improvements are really linked to detailed development plans, and a infrastructure phasing plan will be part of the first detailed development plan, and that'll look at street infrastructure, utilities, and detailed development plan will kind of spell out how that phasing will occur. But what this is looking at these off-site improvements and triggering where in the development process they will happen. So I'm available for any questions you may have on this.
This is great. Thanks for this. It really does address concerns that I've heard and seen. So good job working with ODOT and getting these hammered out.
It amazes me when you go into a particular field, the technical terms that are used. ODOT, jug handle, pork chop.
Pork chop.
Yeah.
Not mutton chop. They don't, actually, they are supposed to connect, but they don't.
I always want to dry the little pork in the pork chop.
Anyway, the pedestrian thing, of course, is going to be a great concern to us all, and of course, part of the pedestrian picture looks at having some way to go across McLaughlin at one point to get to the site. But coming out of the tunnel is a challenge, I would guess. And whether we can have some of these pedestrian signals, these flashing signals that we see elsewhere, where the pedestrian pushes a button and you get a warning to traffic
I
approaching.
don't know if you're going to get that here just because of speed,
Yeah.
deceleration,
Yeah.
but absolutely. And one thing I wanted to add is crossing Main Street on McLaughlin Boulevard.
Yes.
The whole point of this project is to re-stitch downtown again and have active uses on both sides. And when you do that, good urban design, been 15 years now, that'll feel effortless to cross what was today seems like this barrier because there's nothing on the other side. But when you go to vibrant downtowns and you cross, this really is not that big of an area to cross. It seems like it is, but if you measure it out, it really is not. Two active areas on both sides. You will see people will be drawn across 99.
Yeah.
And a good urban design will get you there.
Yeah.
And that's the safest place to cross.
I'm sure there'll be
Yeah.
other traffic calming things put into just the whole overall site to enhance all that as well.
So we all of us here, myself, Tony, myself, and our consultant team is all here to be able to answer your questions tonight. So
Any
happy.
questions on actually anything that we have here?
Not a question, but a statement. I think you guys have all done an awesome job. Awesome. And I applaud you all for listening to the citizens and taking everything down and putting it into the plan as much as you can. So thank you all.
I've got a what-if question. One of the prohibited uses, I believe, was essentially single-family and duplex housing, is what it says, and it's dealt with in those terms, and also I think the minimum floors for residential would be 2 stories. Did I get that correct?
it's the minimum
That's the minimum.
stories for a
Yes.
new construction, not rehab of an existing building.
Okay. The what-if question is something like this. Museums are permitted to go in there. What if you had some important museum that people were really concerned about, wanted to have a caretaker there, wanted to build a structure for them. They didn't want them living in the museum itself.
Oh, okay. That was a good what if. We did, as part of the Planning Commission's matrices, we have live work is allowed of spaces, but we also added an extra addition that is a single residential unit associated with the permitted use is allowed.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that. Okay,
And that
that's
could
it.
be also kind of the, unit above the proverbial shop. That is explicitly
But an
permitted.
ancillary unit to a museum also
Yeah.
could work there. Okay, great. Any other questions?
Nope.
Oh, and we'll go on to
Public
public.
comment.
Kathy, do you have
Oh,
any
Kathy, I'm
questions?
sorry. Thank you. Kathy,
Am I there?
are you any
Yep.
questions?
You can hear me?
Yep.
Are we taking questions on 10, 15, and 16 at this time?
Sure.
Okay. Number one, my first question is on attachment A in 1016, and it's on page 14 of 110 pages. It says that the master plan will control the site for 20 years. What happens at the end of the 20 years?
This is a
Sure. I think this is just part of the city's master plan code, is that the general development plan part of your master plan chapter only allows for a 20-year plan. So that's a very long time frame by sort of planning standards. But the detailed development plans, which will come, that must be generally substantially compliant with the framework plan, have, I believe, a 2-year time frame. So those are the shorter, more immediate, I'm going to build this building in this location kind of plans. But the short answer is, after 20 years, there will have to be another master plan or an extension of the existing master plan.
And I really anticipate at some time in the future there'll be a refined version of this, and that they'll probably indicate that we'll start the clock again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kathy. You have another question.
Okay, I've got one more question. I'm having trouble because I'm watching the picture and it's too late. Let's see. The Willamette Falls Heritage Foundation recommended that we include the other 5 buildings into the Tier 2 protection. And you've already talked about that a little bit. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was very much stressed, that that's something we want to really think about.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. There's actually another thing that I wanted to ask you. There's a statement, I think it's in your kind of introductory memo that you sent to us, was that the city does not propose amendment of the City Goal 5 inventory.
Right.
Could we even do that if a property owner didn't want their property included?
Correct. We would have to provide owner consent. In Oregon, many of you well know, we have very strict owner consent laws for local designation, and that does require owner consent. And our property owner has indicated that at this time they do not wish to pursue that. And really, that's a development review. That's detailed development question that they'd be willing to undertake, but not at this kind of pre-time when they just don't know exactly what the uses of the buildings are going to be.
And I called you up to indicate another question I would have was that were the owner wanting to put a building on the National Register, to what extent would this constrain adaptive reuse?
Right. Those are good questions. National Register is in the process involved with the federal tax credit program as well as the state special assessment. You almost have to think it as a completely parallel, separate process. So at any time for any of the buildings that are potentially eligible, be it the ones that we've identified for regulatory requirement or not, they would separately pursue National Register designation, and then with that, work with the State Historic Preservation Office and the National Park Service based on their remodel plans. You have to have very specific plans. And if they move forward, they could obtain a 20% tax credit for the hard and soft costs of the historic rehab part. And so that is an option, but that's really a whole separate parallel process. And that is worked out through the State Historic Preservation Office and the National Park Service. Our state special assessment is done at the State Historic Preservation Office. But both of those, you just need a threshold of being on the National Register before you can even entertain taking advantage of those 2 tax programs.
I see. Thank you. Any other questions from the Commission? Kathy? None?
No, thank you.
Sorry.
You came on strong. I'm going to turn it over to the attorney. In terms of the public comment, there are some restrictions, and so he'll.
Right, because this is a set of actions that are partially quasi-judicial, I'm obliged to give the cautions that attend a quasi-judicial proceeding. And that is that the standards and criteria are set out in the staff reports that are part of these proceedings, and they are publicly available. They're on the city's website. They are in the hearing room tonight. People, and if anybody wants me or anybody else to read them off, we'd be thrilled to do so.
I think we all want to know that.
People should address themselves to those criteria that are listed in the 2 memoranda, or any other criteria that they think might be applicable to these cases. Failure to raise an issue with sufficient specificity to allow you as the decision-making group or other parties the opportunity to respond to that issue will be lost, and failure to raise an issue with sufficient specificity will waive that issue before the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals and the appellate courts. So having said that, I think we're ready to go.
Okay. We do have 4 people listed at this time, so I'll call two people at the time to sit, but we're going to be sharing one microphone.
Yeah.
John Potter, Carlotta Collette, please come forward. Carlotta?
We're actually going to have Mr. Heigerken join Mr. Potter.
Okay, oh, very good. That's fine. And of course, we up here know who we are, so, and a lot of the people out there do too, but you go ahead and introduce yourself both at the same time. Who wants to take the lead?
Maybe I'll start. My name's John Potter with Falls.
You got to leave that one there because that's our Commissioner Roth's microphone.
And I have some just very brief remarks, and I'll leave the remaining 2 minutes for George. But we're very excited to be here, and I've been in the planning business for over 30 years now, and I've prided myself in the type of planning that you've conducted here, and it's humbling. What you've done is remarkable, and the city, staff, consultants, Metro, Clackamas County, and the state of Oregon should be very proud with what you've developed here. We're supportive of the vision statement and the 4 core values. We support the plan. Feel that was well developed, and the comprehensive plan amendment and rezone. But I've got to preface this in that we've got a steep learning curve. There's a lot. When there's a lot of levels to this project, and it's going to take a while to become as familiar with it as you are already. We intend to hire local consultants to help us accelerate our learning curve. At the same time, we're very confident we can pull this off. Otherwise, George would not have purchased the property. It's a challenging site. It's, anytime you move from an industrial site to mixed use, the infrastructure is entirely different. The parking requirements are entirely different. And you're constrained by, constraint isn't the right word, but it is a constraint when you're designing certain floor plates for certain users, looking at the structural integrity of the buildings, but at the same time wanting to preserve them, because it provides the background, the flavor, the character of the project, which we all want to preserve to the maximum extent that we can. But at the same time, it has to be financially feasible. And the flexibility that the Planning Commission was willing to include in their recommendations is very much appreciated by us, because we'll undoubtedly come in with some issues that we need to do some problem solving with staff to figure out how to resolve those issues. And that flexibility gives us some latitude in order to come up with the best solution that achieves the desire that we all have to make this the best project and actually a destination project that Oregon City and the state can be very proud of. I'll turn it over to George. He's the buyer.
Yeah.
He's the owner.
Mr. Heigerken, I've been practicing your name for half a day. I think I've got it.
I listen to this all the time on everything we do. The bottom line with projects like this, and we have a couple that fit the same mill with the waterfront, but they're all in different aspects of feelings, attitudes, and all that. And so this one's extremely special and is going to require a lot of investment and a lot of thought.
Yeah.
It's not all about the money, it's about the ideas, how you do it. It's a one-shot deal as far as it's been there for a long time. The public's never had real access to it. And that ability is here now. We intend to follow up on that. We'll be putting a lot of programs, a lot of things in front of you that you'll either really appreciate or you won't. But they'll all fit within a criteria that John and I and our consultants feel that really fits what's going on here. And of course, we'll be listening a lot to everybody that has any feelings for it, wants to do it. That's wide open. And with that, it's funny, I was talking with, there's two of us in my ventures, two of us. My other one was saying, this project is a $500 million project or more. And it is. Sounds like a lot of money, but it's really not. In the playland of what's going on today, that's just another nickel in the bank. But it's a lot of money, but it all makes sense. So it's about feelings, it's about the legacy, but it's also about the nickels and dime that go in it. And we're really prepared to follow through with all of that. And it's going to be really fun to go through. We're looking forward to the disappointments, and we're looking forward to the adventure. And we'll be there for both. But we're not quiet. We'd like to be quiet right now because we don't know enough about it. But we know a lot about it. We know the site as well as anybody here because we've been all over it and through it. And the ideas just come out of good conversations with folks, people, and others that make it hit. We will be hiring the right guys in the way of architectural design so it fits the mood. You had the 5-story out there, the big woolen mill, kind of a cool building if you
Very
look at
cool
some of the
building.
structures that were out there. Some of that should be brought back and can be brought back. And it's not just that. There's a lot of really neat things to do with this project. We're involved in a couple of other projects that are sensitive. One's the Tumwater Brewery, the old Olympia Brewery. And there we brought on, we have 3 universities involved. We have ports. We have a whole bunch of players. None of those players were at the table when we started. They all just came about when they saw plans and layouts. A lot like you're going to see when we bring them to the table.
Yep.
You'll see a lot of what the basics here are is the density, the height, the limitations for design, and we plan on bringing everything that we've got to make this a really cool project. And I'm from Eugene originally, and Portland, all this. So this is really a great opportunity, not just for me, but for everybody in the room that has any sensitivity to that site, because it'll be that kind of a play.
Well,
So
we appreciate
Thank
you
you.
being open-minded and working with us. We appreciate that.
you're not going to, you don't own these projects. You're just part of them.
Yes.
You can, that's it.
It's true.
We're part of them too, but you do a portion of that. So we're just trying to negotiate to get some of it for us too.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very exciting.
And I appreciate you being involved. You've come to several of our partner meetings, and I've seen you at the planning commission meetings as well. And I appreciate that long trip you're making here to be part of this process.
Yeah,
Good.
that's
Good.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we have Carlotta Collette and Martha Schrader. I don't know that Carlotta's here, so I'll also call Karen Morey. Carlotta Collette, incidentally, is one of our partners, our Metro counselor, and been very involved in all the partners meetings we've had.
Yeah.
And Martha Schrader is also one of our partners.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, Mayor Neely and councilors. I'm delighted to be here tonight on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners of Clackamas County. This has been a long process, and I have to say, I think that from my observation, it's been one of the best public outreach projects I think that we have been involved in, and the county is extremely excited and supportive of moving forward. We certainly support the unanimous decision of the Planning Commission to go ahead and move ahead with the appropriate zoning and code changes that are necessary to move this project forward. On a personal note, I'm excited, as someone who's interested in history and heritage and preservation, to know that for the first time in 100 years, the opportunity to be close to the falls and see it in all its grandeur is now a distinct possibility. Not only is that key with habitat and allowing public access to this resource, the potential for economic development is something that we think is going to be phenomenal. And I'm here tonight to let you know that we certainly want to continue to partner with you in this process and project with our economic development team. And also, as you know, we'll continue to work to find the resources at both the state and federal level. And as you know, we are dedicating a big piece of our lobbying effort with our federal delegation to get continuing resources for this project as a good partner. So go forth and do good work. This is very exciting. And the next time I kayak on that river, I hope that eventually I'll be able to get even closer to the falls thanks to the development there.
There you go.
So
we appreciate that. I should probably mention the roles that the different partners have played. The county has taken on that leadership role in terms of lobbying. Actually, they both at the state level and at the national level for funding. The Metro Regional Government and ourselves have committed money, resources to this, and when I said we wanted some of that property that they own had to do actually with the public access piece, and Metro is working to secure an easement to get that public access, and of course the state has committed to the tear down in preparation $5 million at this point, and there's a possibility the legislature itself might put forward money in the next session. So
I think that's what we're all hoping for, and I do serve on the regional team that actually has prioritized this project with Bobby Lee and other folks from the region. And as the region sees it, not just, it is about Oregon City as our county seat and as the really birthplace of Oregon government, really, the first city west of the Mississippi, and we're really committed to make sure that this happens and that it's beautiful and that it moves ahead. And again, we will also be in Salem, shoulder to shoulder with you, and again working with our federal partners to find any kind of resources we can muster to move forward. So. Thanks so much for letting me do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Erin.
Tony's graciously going to let me use Kathy's microphone. Karen Morey, resident of Oregon City, and you'll get the mini history lesson tonight with a little twist. Again, as I said before the Planning Commission, the word historic has been used a great deal throughout this process. Yes, anything over 50 years is historic. However, the history of this site. I left out the fact that covers most everybody in the room. Those two can smirk over there. They're not historic yet.
No, we're all artifacts. We're artifacts already, aren't we?
But the history of this site, of course, goes back and back and back, but the development history of the site begins in the mid-1800s with the establishment by Americans of the city at the Falls.
Yes.
Nothing above ground still exists from that city. No. We have the foundations of the woolen mill, and thank goodness we got McLaughlin House out of there.
Yeah.
Everything else is an overlay to that original city. I thank George very much for teaching me that there are structures and there are buildings, and there are many structures on this site. I was very happy to see the Planning Commission approve the 4 buildings and the foundations as the most important items. Keeping an industrial flavor on this site, I think, is very important. I'm hoping we walk away from this tonight with approval of the report as presented by the staff and approved by the Planning Commission. I have a vision of the gift that we have to give the future. which is returning this area to the vibrancy of the original 8 blocks of the city of Oregon City.
Yeah.
And just for fun, I pulled up the 1884 Sanborn map today, and I started counting. There were 24 dwellings, a lodging house, a tenement, which would be an apartment house, 3 hotels, 19 retail buildings, including grocery stores, drugstores, etc. Many of those were 2 stories. The upper floors were used for meeting space, or in the case of Pope's Hardware Store, the Pope Hall, where you could hear concerts, see plays, etc. There were an undertaker, a tailor, a cobbler, a photo studio, 2 barbers, 2 laundries, 2 butchers, a baker, no candlestick maker. But we did have the Cataract Hose Company, just in case. There were 2 stables, a wagon shop, 2 offices, 5 storage buildings, 3 warehouses connected to the 2 flour mills, the 1 woolen mill, and establishing a long history of the city of Oregon City, 6 saloons and billiard halls.
There you go.
And churches?
The one church had already been moved down the street.
Thank you
And
for
that's
the
all I
history
have to
Thank you very
say.
Karen. Hillary Wilton and Bob Mahoney.
That's cool.
Hi, Hillary Wilton with Metro. I'm so sorry Carlotta could not be here tonight. I know she would have loved to be here on this, I think, really important place that this project is at. A project this planning and this work, I think, is the culmination of 3 years of work of Oregon City and Metro and the state and Clackamas County. We at Metro are very proud of this work. We're proud of the partnership that has created this work, and really want to say we're grateful to the Oregon City staff for their dedication and competency to this project. Before we wouldn't be here today. So I just want to say on behalf of Metro, we're behind this work, and we're excited to move to the next phase of the project, which will be even more exciting, I hope.
Yes.
I want to give special recognition to Metro because we heard, I think just at the same time the workers did, that in 3 days they'd be the management would be declaring bankruptcy. I think 2 days after we heard it, I was sitting down with Jim Desmond of Metro, and of course the loss of jobs was tragic, but we recognized that there was tremendous opportunities there, and Jim recognized it as well, and got involved very much in that process, and was able to convince the Metro Council that this was a major, important project. And they've been a tremendous partner in this. We talked about the investment of funds. On our part, it was a promise over a 10-year period. And it was a promise over a 10-year period from you, but I think you've more than done that in the first 2 years of the project. So I wanted to especially thank Metro, commitment of Carlotta, but the commitment of the whole council.
Yeah.
We're very pleased.
Thank you, Mayor Neely. I'll take that back with me.
Very
Please
excited
do.
to be there.
And we have here a representative from the Planning Commission. I don't know if he's talking as a representative, but after you finish, I want to say something about the Planning Commission too, and it would be positive.
I'm historic Bob Mahoney. By many years.
We have a plan for you, Bob.
First of all, I want to congratulate David Frazier's staff, which includes the city attorney's office, because I know they've done a lot of really, I won't call it boilerplate, but that's what city attorneys do. This is a very unique process in the annals of Oregon planning. It's not what you might call adversarial. With the advent of the Fasano decision, which led to the LCDC and the quasi-judicial process, it just put us into a corner where most land use planning subjects were adversarial, us against them. Well, it organized the land use planning process procedure, so to speak, in Oregon, and which is a good thing. But when you bring all of these teams together, working in cohesion and working for the public benefit, that's really something. I mean, I would like to see more of this happen. It's unique in the sense that the property owner volunteered to become part of the team.
Yes.
And that is really unique, plus the fact that you've got such a large piece of property. I've been doing this close to 20 years, and you don't see this like this, where everybody coming together. When I first appeared before the commission, I said that this location doesn't belong to Oregon City. It doesn't belong to Oregon. It belongs to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
This is Oregon history. This is United States history. Louisiana Purchase and the Oregon Territory is part of it.
It's even Canadian history.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know your history better than I do. That's true. But what I'm trying to say is I see this as being the Mount Rushmore of the West.
Yes.
Really. And that leads me into this the other point, that because of what's going to transpire on this site, it's going to change the character of Oregon City, not just downtown, but I'm talking about your housing stock, your transportation system, your infrastructure, your industrial workforce. All of that's got to be taken into consideration, and we've got to, as a community, reevaluate down the road for the next 25 to 50 years what that's going to mean to us in terms of land use planning and economics and all of the services that go into the public sector because of this site development here, because of the people that will be drawn into this community. So welcome to the NFL.
Thank you.
But you know, that's just the growth of the community, and I know that Mayor Neely and I sort of disagree. Maybe it's too extreme a word, but it's inevitable that we're going to grow. Now, in closing, to be real serious about it, we tried to get a zip line in there somehow, and you can see it's just underwater a little bit. We couldn't get it above water, but it's for a friend of mine that wanted to have it. So anyway, it's there, David. Good luck.
Thank you.
So thank you for your. And by the way, it was my distinct honor to be associated with that planning commission.
Yeah.
You don't know what you've got there.
Oh,
Those
yes,
are
we do.
some
Yes,
really
we
fine
do.
people.
Yes, we do.
And so, David, the check's in the mail? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Before you go, Bob, I said I'd say something after you spoke. Actually, there are other planning commission members that are going to speak here, so I'm going to hold off the comment. And your statement of growth was this, that I believe you can. Economic growth does not have to be tied to population growth, and that's all I have to say. So I'm not anti-growth.
I'm not going to lose any sleep over that tonight, Doug.
You can
I'll
talk
ponder
about it
it.
over coffee.
Thank you.
I'll go and watch the Kardashians.
Thank you.
With that, Sandy Carter and Jesse Buzz, please come forward.
Such a character.
Okay, my name is Sandy Carter, and I live in Westland, and I like old stuff, and I am historic. As a faithful follower of the Willamette Falls Legacy Project, frequent contributor to its impressive public input process, and sometimes site tour volunteer, I commend the city for an outstanding process and a superior product. But no process is perfect, and I'm concerned that in the interests of lowering barriers to development, the ordinances may not be doing enough to honor the project's oft-stated vision and goals of honoring and highlighting the site's past and the significance of pioneering industrial development of the Falls. You might recognize much of this language is drawn directly from the vision report. I strongly support the vision, as stated, of adaptive reuse of existing buildings to support the creation of an authentic place, and of preserving and emphasizing the site's striking forms and patterns. As the vision report states, specific economic benefits that cannot be captured by non-historically based development support the retention and reuse of some of the historic resources. I concur with the vision of retention and adaptive reuse of the larger industrial buildings to provide a strong template, as it says in the vision, to help improve the quality of future infill. But I'm concerned that the adaptive reuse of 10 identified resources is only encouraged by this vision. To stay true to the vision's values and concepts, both primary and secondary buildings and resources should be protected from demolition without a public hearing. In that spirit, and because the Oregon State Historic Preservation Office indicates that 14 of the buildings located on the site are contributing historic structures potentially eligible for a listing on the National Register, I believe an intensive level survey of all eligible resources on the site is needed in order to provide the depth of story that will be needed to make informed rulings on future development actions and to flesh out the interpretation that the vision so fluently describes. The framework plan, expects that the future development will retain the historic character of the site at a very fundamental level, but that may be impossible without thorough analysis of the structures and stories they embody. Again, quoting the vision report, given the benefits that historic preservation bring to future redevelopment, there should be committed efforts to secure funding for preservation through certified rehabilitation tax credits, Oregon special assessments for historic properties, and building code relief. These are incredible assets that putting these buildings on the register could bring. An intensive level survey is required for that step. Bad development is rampant. Good development is common. Great development, like the Portland Armory project, is rare and sometimes difficult. But we are reaching for the meaning of Oregon City's legacy to share in perpetuity, and we need to avoid the pitfalls of easy demolition of the irreplaceable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse,
permitted to use this now, or should I
yes,
switch
you
over?
can. You can.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Commissioner Roth, can you hear me? Should I put the speaker back down here?
No, it's okay.
Oh,
There's a delay, yes.
Okay, I gotcha. So I want to talk about the mill race, and that's all I want to talk about. I think I've been to every public involvement event except for one. So I want to thank especially the staff, who I've been mostly dealing with, and they've been very helpful. I feel listened to and involved. So thanks to everyone. Though in those public involvement events, I think the primary comment regarding water flow through the site related to from the top of the lagoon down through the site. The master plan application in the narrative report on page 39 has the key recommendations for getting water through the site, and what it says is number 2, restore ends of tail races. And I don't think that accurately reflects what the public comment was. I just wanted to address that. I believe the public comment was, and including my own perspective, that the entire length of the mill race would be included. The tail race is just that portion of the water after it flows through the mill. Mm-hmm. I don't have citations to the record, Mr. Sullivan, but I believe all these photos are somewhere in the record. They're just the standard ones that you've all seen. So I'll pass those around.
And you made these comments, as I recall, the Planning Commission as well.
Correct.
Yes.
And you can pass those down as well.
Sir, if you want those in the record, could you give the recorder a copy?
I will do that once I'm done talking
All right.
about this. Thank you. So I've put the dates up on the top just for reference in order. Top one's 1872, then 1880, 1892, 1897, and 1918. And I'll get a better one to the record, but specifically the one in the middle, the 1892. You can see off to the right side, There's actually water flowing from just to the southwest of the woolen mill. It's coming out of 4 chutes. So there must have been a trough up on top that they were coming from. On the full-size pages that I handed you in the middle, there's a picture of a little cavern with a caption that says, "Water from the mill race running down Main Street entered the woolen mill through this opening into the basement and powered the generators." So those are just some examples of things that are already in the record that show that, in fact, there was water from up top going from the lagoon and processing down through. So to the extent that the public is going to see water flowing through the site, we'd, I think, really like to see it flowing through the whole site, not just coming out of a pipe. I know there are complex water rights issues here that haven't fully been investigated yet, but as far as a presumption in the master plan in favor of water, please make that presumption in favor of doing water from top to bottom and not just in the tail races. Thank you.
I know there's been discussion of trying to get as much water going through the site as possible.
And that's consistent with what I've heard from everyone. Everyone loves this idea. It's just a matter of can it
how to
happen.
do it. How to do it.
So I think it'd be good if your position was we really want that to happen, and there it is in writing. So thank you.
Denise McGriff and William Gifford.
Good evening. I don't think I can follow my fellow Commissioner Bob Mahoney, so I won't try. But I will say this as a thank you again for allowing me to speak, and Denise McGriff, and I'm here as an individual and also as a member of the Planning Commission, but not speaking for the Planning Commission. You have our decision, which was eloquently stated by Tony Conkle, that we did support this 7-0. The thing that I want to reiterate and second what Tony did say was you've heard time and time again about the citizen involvement effort, and while I realize that this project is much larger than many others that we have done, I still think that it serves as a model for what we can do on a different scale for other projects here in the city, and that we should strongly consider that. I think it was worth the effort, and I can say that for the first time that since I've lived here is that while there were disagreements, there was a lot of community support for this, and that is, in my professional planning career, that is exceptional. And again, we should be patting ourselves on the back. The material that we went through with the city staff and the team was amazing and voluminous, and you have our summaries and our memo and our recommendation. So I'm happy that you're going to be able to go through that and read that. I want to leave you with one last comment, the fact that Oregon City, what we have is our history. And our history is our past, our history is our present, and our history is our future. And we cannot lose sight of that. No other community in this state has what we have.
Very well said.
Before William speaks, now I'll take the opportunity to say what I was going to say. I don't think there are any other planning commissioners, although they're on the audience, speaking.
He left, the other one.
Yeah, I know Damon left. What the comment I had to make was, I went when I went to that first meeting, and planning commissioner by commissioner had obviously read the plan in detail. You had a list of specific items, and it went through every county, it went to every planning commission member. And I got from Nancy an edited version that showed the insertions and deletions, and it was a massive task you undertook, but you all took it extremely seriously. The Planning Commission, I think, is as much of a workhorse, if not more, than the City Commission is. It takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of work especially when you get some of these major things coming before you that are going to really guide the future of what's going to happen in various segments of the city over a long period of time. And I wanted to recognize the Planning Commission for the tremendous work that you have done over time, but it became so clear to me during this particular process how true that was. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. I would say this on behalf of my fellow planning commissioners who aren't here, is that we consider it an honor and a privilege to be able to serve, and we feel that that is our job, is that we need to go through with a fine-tooth comb to make what we feel is the best recommendation we can make to you, and we don't take that task lightly at all.
Yes. Thank you.
William Gifford.
Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, my name is William Gifford. I live in Oregon City. I'm going to wear two hats this evening. The first hat as the president of the Oregon City Business Alliance. It would be perhaps redundant for me to remind you that we do have a letter of record on record of the OCBA's support of the master plan. We stand shoulder to shoulder with this plan in improving the economic conditions of this city, which is part of our mission. And although there are 4 core values, I do want to echo something that I think that Mr. Heideggerken was alluding to in a quotation that I just read recently from a book that says that if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense, which I thought was a pretty clever play on words. I also want to thank very much sincerely, all the partners that have been working together on this, but very specifically I want to thank the City Commission for guidance and policy direction, most specifically the Mayor and Commissioner Pauly, who have been our representatives for these partners. I think that takes a big commitment, and I really want to extend appreciation for your guidance and that policy development.
Do you want to separate your two hats, because I have the other hat I have to put on too?
I haven't shifted hats yet. I'm still with the OCBA, and that refers to, in addition to thanking this commission for the guidance, in 20 days, of course, there will be a new commission, and there's an extreme concern that we want to make sure that this momentum is followed. I'm not certain.
How many days?
20.
No, not until January of next year will there be a new commission sitting here.
Although the mayor's not bitter about it at all.
The election will be in 20 days.
Yes, it will.
That's what I'm saying. In 20 days, a new commission will be elected, although not installed. And,
I'd love to get you. I don't have the opportunity very often.
Then you're running out of opportunities.
In short, I want to make sure that the positive direction that this commission has established will be carrying forward, and for the particularly the economic benefit of this community and this region.
And livability.
And livability, yes, absolutely. And all of those are in concert. The 4 core values are yes, but I still have my OCBA hat on, and our focus is on economic climate. Time's not up yet.
Do you want to switch seats when we change our hats?
No, I'm going to switch hats right now. The other hat is that of the Traffic Advisory Committee. I am a member of that, and frankly, I don't recall that I had seen those off-site traffic improvements listed as ABC before, and I would just encourage that process be a little more in concert with the Traffic Advisory Committee on that. And I would close with one. I'm going to take a couple of seconds because I was interrupted by the jokes about when this mayor's going to finally get out of here.
Moving on.
As Commissioner Mahoney was saying, welcome to the NFL, and I was thinking, I was sure that he meant that stood for the National Falls Legacy would be.
That's very good.
Okay.
I'm just having you stay. So again, thank you. I'm like William, putting on my other hat. I have been asked by the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association to request some additional time, and I don't know if the proper term is continuance, because we have had lots of issues. We have a lot of enthusiastic members in our association who are interested in submitting some comments as a neighborhood association, and we have not had time to fully put all those together. And I've been asked by the neighborhood association to request that of you, if that is possible.
You are not obliged to do it. It is up to you. You have a second reading if you wish to do that at your next meeting. The record is closed, so the continuance is probably not legally.
We'd like the record to stay open on the
No,
materials
no,
already
the record
submitted.
is already closed. You may comment on
Yes,
what's in there.
That is what we would like to do.
All right, and that's really up to you as the commission.
That is our request on behalf of the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess my question is, McLaughlin Neighborhood Association didn't have time to meet before this to talk about the plan, or?
We have briefly talked about the plan, but we had another much more pressing issue that we will be talking to you about tonight that took precedence.
Okay.
That is basically why. And
Well,
as you know,
we'll
we're all
consider- we'll-
we're
we'll
all
consider the
volunteers.
process after this.
Yeah,
just like you guys are. So
Yeah.
we have so much time in our pockets to deal with issues. And I said constructive comments.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Thank you. Jonathan Stone.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Stone, and I'm the executive director of, now known as, the Downtown Oregon City Association, and also a resident of Oregon City. I'm just here to express my support. You guys already have a letter of support from us in the record, but that Downtown, it goes without saying, is extremely excited about the opportunity to rejoin the Falls, in a sense. And we look forward to working with the city, with the new property owner on all those issues that have been mentioned with respect to vibrancy, connecting of the two sites with the existing downtown and then the newly old downtown. Is that, maybe we can call it that? But that the staff, I believe, has done a fantastic job in terms of the engagement. I unfortunately moved to Oregon after most of the public visioning meetings had happened, and so I didn't get a chance to participate in much of that. But it is really exciting to see everybody come together to work together for this project. So just publicly stating, Main Street or Downtown Oregon City Association is here to be a partner moving forward and sort of being that liaison between the rest of downtown and the mill site. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we can close the public hearing. Is there any further discussion? We can discuss the request from Commissioner McGriff, but or I should say in this case, Representative McLaughlin Neighborhood Association McGriff. But are there any questions that you want to raise in terms of the plans here? We've got actually 3 different actions that are listed for us to take.
I have some comments.
Yes.
I really appreciate everyone's comments tonight. This is a major night. This is an exciting night. I think everyone spoke about the last 3 years of work that we've all put so much time into. But then I think about the decades and decades of dreaming about this that I think anyone that's lived in Oregon City in the last, 150 years, this is exciting. It's so exciting. And I just appreciated hearing all the excitement from every single person that spoke tonight. And Bob Mahoney, who made some great points about and multiple people tonight talking about how this is, got so many people to come together. I don't remember a time in Oregon City. I've lived here my whole life. There's been a lot of amazing projects and a lot of steps forward, some steps back. But I don't remember a time in my life where the city has come together as a whole for something so incredible. And I think when Bob said that it'll change the character of Oregon City, it already has. And I see it every day. I think it's such an important project that it's got everybody to focus on it. And as exciting as it is tonight, this is like just the first teeny step. And so that excitement that we have, that we've thought about for decades, has to continue. And we have to start planning a lot of other things. I think, the question of economic development and tourism and all of these pieces, this infrastructure that we have to build to get to the vision that we want to see in Oregon City in 10, 15 years or more, that we can't let this excitement die down for a second, that we all have to continue to work together, because it will define Oregon City's future. And I think that point that's been talked about so much is our history is our past, present, and future in this town. And it always will be, as long as we have this excitement and keep pushing forward. I think that it's amazing to be in this place, and I'm just honored, as I think everyone feels that way, to be in a position where we are able to even talk about this. And I've waited for it most of my life, and so it's very, very exciting. But I do have this, the questions that have been brought up tonight regarding historic preservation, I think was that incredible discussion, incredible process. I think of just 10 years ago. I always say 10 years ago. That usually means 15 or 20. But where we saw buildings, I saw buildings on Main Street that are no longer there, that I feel like at that time I could have saved. That fine line of what's there on that property that will never be there again, and if it goes away, how do we share that story? And I think we have lots of ways of sharing that story. So this tightrope that we've all been talking about on how to preserve the importance of that place and some of the buildings or structures on the site. And I think there's been a lot of effort made towards getting us to where we are at. And I'm not sure it's enough. I think it is. But I do worry about, 20 years from now when we start developing, as this process goes forward in 20 years, will I be able to walk down Main Street and be excited about what's there, which I know I will be, but am I going to be as excited about what's not there? And I think that that's a really, really important question, and one that, we have to be open enough to allow for this great development to happen. The fact that we even get to choose this idea that we can build something new there. And so I'm struggling with that. I'm struggling with that a little bit. I think, it's amazing that we have a downtown at all. When we talk about, I pass people on the street and they talk about all the historic buildings downtown. There is no historic buildings downtown, that are actually listed as historic buildings. So the fact that she's saying, Christina's saying one. But I think, we when I go down on Main Street and we look at what's there, we're lucky that's there. And even the downtown that's there today is the new downtown, right? Which we all think is the old downtown. So it is layers and layers and layers. And so it's one of those things where we have to be open to being flexible enough to allow for a new development. Also specify these buildings and these structures that I think are important that should stay there. And then, if any of those pieces go away, how do we make sure that we still honor those in a way that tells the story that we all know is so important? I could see myself supporting going a little further than we have with this, but I also feel what we have is adequate. Is probably better than anything that we would have had if we hadn't gone through this process. I mean, at any moment in the last 100 years, those buildings could have been gone, and a lot of them are gone. The Electric Hotel and the Opera House, or I guess it's not an Opera House. Karen will correct me if it's not actually an Opera House theater. So I'm weighing that in my mind. I wouldn't mind hearing more feedback from the other commissioners on that specific topic, but I appreciate all the comments regarding that. I think a lot of good points have been made, but I feel semi-optimistic about
to help add to that conversation a little bit, because the historical and cultural interpretation is obviously one of the main values, 4 core values that we worked around. We added a condition of approval as part of this, as you've seen in your staff report. Prior to the demolition of any structure identified as potentially eligible for listing on the National Register, the applicant shall submit an intensive level survey following the guidelines set forth by the Oregon State Historic Preservation Office. So that encompasses all buildings, whether we've identified them or not. Part of the demolition of structures not identified as eligible for the National Register or not 50 years old, the applicant shall submit a reconnaissance level survey, which shall include at a minimum photos of all the interior floors, rooms, and exterior context photos to try to help make sure we maintain that history that's there.
Yeah, and I think that's. I think that's adequate. I feel, like I said, I think that if we weren't in this process right now, or haven't gone through this process, that we would be, we could have lost any of those buildings at any time. And I guess one of the things that is so exciting, because of the passion, because of the importance of the site, I think that any development that comes in, any project that comes into that site, I think this community is going to hold it to the highest possible level that we can, because we are so passionate about the site. I think the historic aspect of the site in itself is going to create the pressure to make it right. And I could talk for hours about this. I'm so glad I'm on the commission. I remember, I grew up in Oregon City. We all have talked about what happens when the mill closes. If it ever closes, what is the opportunity? And to just even be here talking about it and to see where we've come in the last 3 years, it's hard to believe. I mean, 3 years ago we talked about we didn't think we didn't know if it would last a week or if we would get through a month of this, and here we are. Wow. I mean, we should really be proud of ourselves. We should be proud of this community, and we need to keep it going.
I agree.
Thank you. Commissioner Mum.
Are you going by this?
Oh, okay. I'll tell you what. I'm going to take commissioner by commissioner.
Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner Mum.
Well, I too am excited about this. I do think it's a historic moment for our community, and I think it needs to be flexible enough to bend and twist and move forward with the economic development piece of it. So I know there's hesitation from some, and I too have reservations about some, but I think that I think overall it's a good plan. It's a good plan, and I really appreciate everybody's input.
Mr. Pauly.
Yes, thank you, Tony, for explaining the process, because this is just the beginning of the process. Yeah. After this, there's layers and layers of meeting code and all sorts of hoops and things to jump through. Rocky said he felt like this was a small step. I beg to differ. I think this is a big step.
Yeah.
This area has been closed off for over 100 years. And to have this opportunity, like Rocky said, I don't think anybody ever thought we would see this, that we would be here and actually have this opportunity. Because this area means so much to everybody. for different reasons. And I feel the public outreach has just been amazing. People have had a chance to be heard and express what's important to them, and all the partnerships. To sit in the partners meetings and watch how all the partners work together, and the common ground and the passion that people have for this. And also the realization that this is important to the whole region, not just Oregon City. This isn't about just Oregon City. This is about so many things. And I just want to say thank you to all the work that Tony and Christina have done, and that Nancy has done with all the documents, and everybody that has read all the documents.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The
That
partners,
planning commission, especially.
PGE, Metro, the Planning Commission, all the public input, and I think just the ownership by the public, from the public, from all of us, about how important this place is. And it's just an amazing opportunity, and I'm excited too, just like Rocky.
Commissioner Roth.
Did you say Commissioner Roth?
I did.
Okay, I'm here.
Do you have any
I'm
comments?
excited about the process, and I'm really excited that
Yeah, just a minute. We're going to get that mic closer to the speaker, Kathy.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay. I'm really excited that we've had this opportunity, and that it's wonderful to see the community involvement. And as you know, I'm in Portland a lot, and I hear all kinds of discussion and comments about, what's going on in Oregon City. So it has excited a major portion of the region. I want to thank the Planning Commission for the work that they did on this, and for all of the other people that have been involved in it. And I'm very happy that it seems to be something, like Betty said, that is flexible enough that we can move forward. It's not perfect, but if we wait for perfect, I don't know how many more elections we'd have to sit through.
Yeah. You're right, Kathy.
Right.
That's right. So I'm very, very happy that we're able to do this.
Yeah.
I would like to mention that I would like consideration given to Denise's suggestion that we hold over for the McLaughlin neighborhood to make comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
My turn, I think. I guess I don't want to repeat everything everybody else said, and I gave particular recognition at the time to the individuals that spoke, that represented the county and represented the Metro regional government in terms of their tremendous commitment and contributions to this effort, and also to the Planning Commission for their tremendous work. But I did not recognize at that point, because they weren't speaking at that point, the staff contribution. I did. I don't think I was really joking when I said Tony was spending full time on this project along with Christina, and I know Kelly has been doing it as well, and that's been and they do a lot of other work at the same time. This is a labor of love on their part, and I recognize that.
Yeah.
It might be one of the most exciting things so far in your career. I don't know that, Tony, but I think it's very possible. It's one of the. I think it's probably the most important thing. And why this has to go pass off on this commission, because as I said, I was only on sorry. I was only on the serving as mayor for 2 months when the bankruptcy occurred, and it jolted us all. And the opportunity to see something, a phoenix, if you will, coming from these ashes, and to actually vote on this particular master plan is extremely important to me. And I'm so glad there's been tremendous public support for the effort. I want to come to the question about when to take action on this. I'm going to come back to Jesse Buss's comments, because they were comments that were made at the Planning Commission, and so they are part of that record, and I presume I can make some comments directly to that. I think he's correct that we ought to give a little bit more emphasis to I'm going to say a lot more emphasis to what have been referred to as the tail races, and and I don't know if he was looking at it from a historical perspective, but one of the things that we're talking about in terms of the natural habitat is having those areas serve as refuges. If they serve as refuges to fish, the salmonids, they really have to have cooler water coming into the system. When the fish are going either as adults up or as juveniles down, when they're exposed to warmer temperatures in the river, they're at risk, and they do seek refuges. They seek refuges in terms of springs and so forth as they make their trip. If they don't get those, they don't survive. And I think this could best go into a little bit of change in the visioning statement to accommodate the mill races itself as a potential of getting cooler water into these refuges for those fish. I don't know if it's possible, but I've talked to Tony Conkle to the possibility that I'm sure there's some temperature stratification in that reservoir. It might be the water at the base is cooler, and to actually try to bring water from that cooler area down into those refuges would be beneficial. And I think this could be accommodated probably in 2 or 3 sentences in the vision report. Tony Conkle has indicated we don't know how much silt is backed up there, whether those opportunities actually exist. But if they do, I think we should make use of them. And if we're going to do that, at least the vision document, which is a resolution, it's not an ordinance, but the vision document would have to be held over before we pass it. Now, I agree with Kathy's statement. I don't see any reason why we couldn't proceed to the next commission meeting. If there's a unanimous vote on the first reading at the next commission meeting, we could proceed to a vote on the second reading at that point. And of course, we're all looking forward, I hope, to a unanimous vote of the first reading. So I don't think there's a real issue in terms of the continuance. As I said, my goal is to have the second reading done within the next 10 weeks.
You can do that. The appropriate thing, you have 3 decisions to make tonight.
Yeah.
And there's 2 ordinances, then the vision statement. If the commission has a consensus on amending the vision statement, then you should hold it over. There's no real penalty for it. You have the opportunity, of course, either to set both ordinances over till the next time, or to do the first reading, receive the comments, and then proceed on the second reading on the 5th or 6th of November.
I don't anticipate it coming, but in case we received a comment that we felt should result in a change, then we'd be back into a first reading again.
Right.
It might be wise just to take the first readings and continue them over too.
Mayor, just so I'm clear, and Tony's clear, and all of us are clear, did you want some comments added to that tail race, the tail race?
That's what I'm saying.
And is there a consensus from the rest of the commission that we should do that?
It may not be possible, but actually to try to get water going, tracing all the way.
It's certainly possible for us to add comment and add that actually to the document. I just want to make sure that there's no disagreement with that, so we can proceed to draft that accordingly. Unless there's something like that already. So let's see.
I'd hate to vote on that particular issue.
Right.
But it'll come to that if we can't do it any other way. It's not, it's a vision statement. It's not saying how it's going to happen and how it could happen. It's a vision statement.
So, Mayor, maybe I'll put in a little filler here while they're talking about that, because I was on this list. And I just want to remind the commission, 3 years ago, some of you were still here, some of you weren't, and I remember sitting back there in your executive session room, and I don't normally reveal executive session material, but as the city attorney knows, once the reason for the exemption for non-disclosure passes, then there's no reason not to waive that privilege. So I want to take you back 3 years ago when you were talking about that night that you'd only been mayor a short time, and former Commissioner Jim Nacita was on the commission at the time. And we were sitting back there in that room, and everyone was reeling somewhat from the closure of the Blue Heron Mill. And I was there taking notes, like I often do when you're trying to reach a consensus. And as you went around the room, each commissioner made comments, and I kept taking notes. And after about 30 minutes of discussion, I said, I'd like to read your notes back to you because I keep hearing 4 things repeated in different ways. Those 4 things were your 4 values.
Yep.
And then you took those 4 values and you bounced them off the community, and the community bounced them off of you, and everyone came together, and those 4 values is what have gotten us here. And that's a lesson in leadership for the community, for you, and I just want to say thank you. After that leadership exercise, and the 4 values were established, then the commission had made a policy decision, and they turned to me and said, make this happen. And so I looked around at a fairly streamlined staff and asked for volunteers. And I had a couple of volunteers in mind, and one of them stepped forward, and that's Mr. Conkle here on my right. And I said, are you sure? I asked that 2 or 3 times, and I took about a week to think it over. And I called him in my office, and I said, okay, you're our lead. And so here we are. And I just want to say thank you, Tony. Great.
Yes.
And thank you, Commission, and former Commission, for that leadership. So was that enough filler?
We're getting close.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've got 2 ordinances, so we have time to.
Okay, so
deal
can
with
we
those
break down the ordinance and, or do
So
they have to
I
go all
guess
the
we're just
same?
trying to clarify. We think we can write something that addresses what you've just discussed to add to the vision document. It's certainly your decision tonight whether you want to continue this over and hold it over, or hold the first reading tonight and accept the comments from McLaughlin before the second reading.
Yeah.
Did Walker Macy come up with something? Yeah.
I'm ready when you're ready.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
As I said, if we get comments next time during the second reading, we can go ahead and say no, we're going to make some changes and do a first reading at that time.
Yeah, but the vision statement is a resolution.
I understand.
That you can do tonight.
Yeah. And you have some wording, I take it.
Well, on page 13 of the vision report,
Yeah. Is it already there?
it's about there, but we can add an extra phrase.
Okay.
We spell out targets, aspirational targets, for all of the 4 core values, which we think this vision document will do. And as part of the healthy habitat, we talk about restoring shoreline habitat complexity and improve water quality through filtration, stormwater, woody debris, improve important resting and movement habitat for lamprey, salmon, and steelhead, improving water temperature. But we can also, under the improved water temperature and chemistry of the site, we can also add a bullet about adding flow through the mill race. Adding flow through the mill races will increase habitat opportunities for migratory fish. So that can be added as an extra statement.
Okay. I'll just ask Jesse, I don't see a better place to put it than in the vision statement at this time, because it's very difficult to know how that's going to be done and so forth. But does that accommodate some of your concerns there?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I was interested in it too, so.
Would Christina read that again, just so we all have it?
Sure. Additional flow through the mill races is recommended to provide adding flow through the mill races will provide additional I don't forget what I said, habitat opportunities for migratory fish.
Okay.
I guess when we take that into consideration, why, one of the things we focus on with the tail races is because they're still there. Historically, the mill races were wooden structures that brought water to the actual facility.
Right.
We haven't found any of those that exist. So, when we talk about how we get it there, I just want to make sure that there's not some expectation that there are mill races that exist there right now that we're going to start putting water through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody wants to pursue the opportunity to provide flow from the intake basin back to the Willamette. That is absolutely embedded in this document, but it is that aspiration that's full of complexity and also looking for funding. So, and we know that, but it is in there as a high aspiration.
Very good.
Is that sufficient?
For me, it is.
Great.
You want to vote on the resolution now, and then how does the commission want to proceed? I don't have a problem for continuing the ordinances.
I personally would like I would like to see us approve it tonight. I guess my concern is if Commissioner Roth still feels that she wants to hold it over, I don't want to vote unless it's unanimous.
Yeah. Well, I think
I think I'm ready for that tonight, and I guess I would only ask Commissioner Roth if because I think her issue was a different issue regarding comment time for McLaughlin neighborhood. So I guess I would
but
ask.
we could agree if we got the unanimous vote, we could agree that we would not vote on the second reading until next time and open up for public comment before the second reading too.
We're
Is
not
that-
asking for
Right.
2 readings tonight.
Right, no, I knew that.
No, I know that, but we could.
But I just wanted to make sure that that would.
I won't reveal it, but one staff member said that it could be done.
Right. No.
Commissioner
I
Roth,
hear
what
from
do you
her.
think about that?
Can you make it clear again? It was hard to hear.
We could do a first reading tonight, and then we don't want to do it unless it would be unanimous. So you could give an indication that you wouldn't vote that way, but then on the second reading, it'd be the next meeting, and we could open it up for public comment again before the second meeting. If there was any issue that arose, we could say no, we got to make some changes and go for another first reading next time.
And it'll give time for the McLaughlin Neighborhood
And
Association.
give time to the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association or anybody else to speak.
And Denise, as representing the Neighborhood Association, has indicated that's acceptable to her.
And Denise has indicated that's acceptable to
Them.
her.
Them.
To them.
You met with them real
So
quick?
she called up.
I called them all.
She said she called up everybody in the neighborhood and said they agreed that was acceptable to her.
Okay, I don't have any problem with that.
Okay, good. We want a motion for the reading of ordinance number. Get this order right.
141015.
Move to approve.
For first reading.
For first reading.
I
Second.
second. Oh, sorry.
It's been moved and seconded.
All right. This is
First reading, please.
This is ordinance 14-1015, an ordinance adopting a mixed-use multimodal area as identified in OAR 660-12-060 for the area on either side of Main Street, south from 11th Street, through downtown and into the proposed Willamette Falls downtown district.
All the vote, please.
And Commissioner Roth? Yes?
Yes.
All right,
Okay, that's
I'll mark
unanimous.
you.
I want to hear a motion for ordinance number 14.
And the vote is unanimous.
Yeah, I said that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said-
right, now I got it.
Ordinance number 141016. Is there a motion for a first
Move
reading?
to approve.
Second.
No, it's for first reading. Move to approve for first reading.
Right.
Yes.
Second.
Has been moved and seconded?
Yep.
All right, this is ordinance number 14-1016, an ordinance adopting a concept master plan, adopting amendment to ancillary documents of the comprehensive plan, and amending Oregon City Municipal Code chapters 17.06.020, zoning district classifications, official zoning map, 17.35, Willamette Falls Downtown District, 17.48.110, Willamette River Greenway, prohibited activities, 17.52.020, off-street parking and loading, number of auto spaces required, and amending the comprehensive plan map by changing a portion of the property identified as Clackamas County Map 419 Main Street and no address in Oregon City, Oregon 97045, 2-2E-31BD-0300 500 600 390 from General Industrial in parens GI to a newly created Willamette Falls Downtown District in parens WFDD, and amending the comprehensive plan designations from industrial I in parens to mixed-use downtown in parens MUD. I will also point out that there is an addition to Exhibit A, which is a map that I cannot read, because it is illustration. The map is already in the record. This is just a larger version of the map that is denominated framework plan. That's it.
Vote, please.
Commissioner Roth?
Yes.
Vote is unanimous. We'll go to second readings at the next meeting. Now, if we could have a vote on the revised.
Yes.
The revised revision report.
I move to approve first reading.
It's not a first reading.
It's
we
a
just-
resolution,
It's a
and it's as
resolution.
amended with Christina's language.
Okay.
moved.
Move to approve.
It's been moved.
Second.
The vote, please.
Wait a minute. What am I voting on?
This is the vision document. This is resolution,
Oh,
not
okay.
an ordinance.
Okay. All right.
And Commissioner Roth?
Yes.
Unanimous again, and we'll applaud again. We've been going for about 7.5 hours. We've got another important agenda item coming up. We're going to take a break and be here back here, I'd say at 20 till 10.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So take it.
Okay.
It's really something.
Hold on 1 second, I'll look. Yeah. Thanks so much.
General business, we got a very straightforward thing here.
Very straightforward. We're going to be out of here by 10, right?
optimism.
No.
And maybe. Final decision, review and update of library expansion site options and request to approve, move to a schematic design phase with option 4. That's a recommendation before us, and who wishes to start?
We'll start here with
Okay,
me.
very good.
Great. So, good evening, Commission and Mayor. Thank you so much. It is pretty late evening. And tonight we're here to talk about another historic project that we've been waiting many years for, so that's quite exciting. Tonight what we're going to do is review the information that you requested at the work session on September the 9th, let you know what has occurred and what has been learned since then, review recommendations, and work together to keep moving forward towards a new library. The architects for the project, Sid Scott and Joan Jasper, will be presenting the update, as well as I'll be talking about some stuff. The landscape architect, Kurt Lango, will jump in to talk about playground and spray park items. And then after the update, I'd like to bring forward representatives from the library board and the building committee, as well as the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, so that you can hear about the thinking that went into their recommendations directly from them. In addition to the architects and the landscape architect, our project manager, Charlie Ballman, is available to answer questions tonight. And in addition, I would like to, he has written a memo in response to John Drentlaw's comments about the underground option, and I'm entering that into the record tonight, this evening. So I thank you for your support and leadership on this project. You've made really important decisions to date to bring us to this point. I'm honored to work on such a project that's so important in the city and eager to keep it moving forward. So with that, we are going to start our presentation. And I'm not in control of that.
You're in control.
So if we could go to the first slide, or is it up there?
Yeah, you've got you've got the clicker right there.
I think we have different computers going on.
I wasn't.
Yeah. Is yours the same as the one that she sent me earlier? Okay. Yeah, that's it. So you just need to do perfect. this and move Okay. this forward. All right.
It
Great.
worked.
It
All
worked.
right.
It's magic.
Technology.
So we saw you last on September the 9th. And at that point in time, you, in an informal consensus, favored option 1 and option 4. And you asked us to bring back some information about what a 6th Street entry might look like on option 1 and what some alternate spray park and playground ideas might be on option 4. And in addition, at that point in time, we did not have all the geotech information. So that's what we're updating with you with tonight. The day after we met you, we had a library board meeting, and at that point in time, we looked at, they had already seen all of the options, and at that point in time, we discussed option 1 and option 4, and they recommended option 4. And as I said, I'll have library representatives tonight to talk to you about that. On September 23rd, we went to the Historic Review Board, and they saw both of the options that you preferred. And at that point in time, they said those will most likely pass, you know, if we do all the right historic things, which, of course, we're planning on doing. Could you bring me forward? There we go. And then we went to the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. At that point in time, it was clear that that board wanted to present a recommendation to you. So what we did was we arranged to have a joint meeting with the library board. But before that, we went back to the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association, viewed all the options, and at that, well, not at that point in time, we didn't hear about a recommendation, but they brought one forward since then. So they came to the joint meeting with the library board and brought forward the recommendation of the underground option, option 5, and option 1 as their second choice with potentially some hybridization of option 2. And I'm sure you'll hear from them tonight as well. So here's what we have as a tally. The library board, the library building committee, and the library staff prefer the one-story option, believing it to be the best library. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee prefers option 1 as first choice, with option 4 as a second choice, with more detail thrown in there, and they can give you that. And then you can see all the, and everything else we've talked about. And down at the bottom are the individuals that have been voting. And these numbers are actually higher now, but the first choice is still option 1 for all the individual votes by a pretty good distance. It was a little bit less decisive at this point in time, but option 1 keeps getting a little bit more weight.
Where are these counts coming from?
Well, we've taken them at meetings, like the open house meeting that we had,
Right.
and then also we have the boards up at the library and with a little form, and we've been collecting comments as well, which I've got here and I could share with you, but they're kind of what you would expect. So I think that brings us to the architectural update.
All right.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Delighted to be here this evening to continue our conversation from our last meeting. And we've got a couple things to show you tonight, looking at both option 1 and option 4 and addressing the areas that we discussed previously. And then also, since our last meeting, we have a new geotech report that sheds more light on the condition of the site. So I just wanted to mention, I'm not sure I've ever done a project where we had a big matrix on how people have their opinion about it, which I have to say I think has been really marvelous with this project. Typically you start a project, there's an obvious solution, and you just kind of work around that. And I think what's been great about this is that there are many good solutions
Yes.
to the project. And so I personally have really appreciated the spirited debate, I think, about the various options, and I applaud everybody's effort on that front. So starting in with option number 1, the 2-story. This is showing entry off of 6th Street, so a plaza off of that side. Will this actually show anything? I was trying to point.
Oh, sorry.
We don't have it with the mouse. Okay. So entry off of the 6th Street side. This would retain the spray park and the play area essentially as it is now. You'll notice up in the upper left-hand corner, we've overlaid based on this option, which is saying that the finished floor of the new addition would be the same as the existing Carnegie. The red area indicates, so the light area is where we would be running into loose basalt, so essentially gravel. And the darker color is where it would be hard basalt. So we'll talk about this a little bit more, but with the hard basalt, we would expect to either be pneumatic chiseling that or blasting it out. And it does impact all of the options, with the exception of the curved one, which we'll run through all of them again for you. You can see the impact of the site there. Okay, so any questions related to that? Or
Nancy brought you a pointer.
Oh, nice. Well, a little late now, huh? Okay.
Just
So-
point
I
it
should
out.
have been more prepared.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just have a comment with that
Yes.
one. So it shows the staircase the same way it is.
Correct.
That entrance hasn't been changed, and the new entrance on 6th Street.
Right. So the idea with this one is, and you remember we discussed previously about the ramping and stair that would be required to make that front door accessible. So the idea with this is if the entry is off of 6th, then this would not need to be brought up to
Exactly.
accessible
Right.
standards. Probably would rebuild it, but it would not need a ramp. So the entry would be off of this side. And there's an opportunity to do a plaza, and then, obviously we'd have some kind of connection from here to there, but the idea of this, there was thoughts about being closer to parking and drop-off and all those kinds of things. Okay.
Excuse me, is there a three-dimensional view of this one?
Yes, thank you for leading us right to the next slide.
Okay.
So again, showing maintaining the play area. The front would remain just exactly like it is today, but fixed up, of course. And then the entry on 6th here. Any questions or thoughts? So the next option was to look.
Wait, hold on a minute, because I still can't see that.
Okay.
I'm on delay.
Oh, okay. My only comment is I think it really addresses what we had talked about before, so thank you for bringing that back.
Okay, thank you. I can see it now.
Got it?
Yep.
Any questions, or should we move to the next one?
You
Go to the next one. That's great.
Okay. She doesn't know that we've moved to the next one. Okay. So on to, and I apologize, this is saying option 2. This is really option 4. When we moved it down to 2 options, we started calling this the second option. So just to not confuse things, it is option 4. So the wraparound option, this is the idea again of the new entry here, and then really looking at the possibility of a new play area here. And Kurt Lango will talk a little about that. Oh, does this one work?
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can use that.
We just need to put it back periodically.
Thank you. So we were tasked with looking at relocating the play equipment, and at the same time, perhaps reimagining the splash pad area and how that might fit in and create a new front door to the library. So what you see there with the round circles would be very similar to what you have right now with the splash pad. But the idea is that it creates this interactive plaza. So at times the water sprays up, but when the water is down and not running, it becomes this amphitheater that you could have small performances, it's almost kind of this learning, teaching area. And then we were also able to, within that area, accommodate a new swing set, slide, and also perhaps 1 or 2 additional play equipment pieces. So within this area, it really creates kind of this dynamic new entry to the library.
Great. If we can go to the image here. So an idea of what it could look like in the front. And really, the idea is taking activity and we think one of the things that with the plaza is just more of a year-round use as well with that area.
Have you moved on?
We are on the rendering. Can you see that?
Okay, now I can. Thank you.
Any thoughts?
Thank you.
Okay. So, any questions related to that or thoughts?
I've got thoughts, but I think I'd rather go through the,
Yeah.
the whole
Okay.
version of all of them
Yeah.
first, and then
Okay.
maybe even get some public comment first.
Okay, excellent. So the next piece of information was we got the geotech report, and what these diagrams are showing is basically the kind of impact that we would have from loose basalt and then the hard basalt, depending on what the option is. And if we could go back to this, well, actually we can show it here. We've got boring, for instance, in this area that the basalt was about 2.5 feet below the surface, and that's hitting the hard basalt. About 5.5 feet here, and as we get out to the splash pad area, it's about 13 feet down. Heard a question. So with that, we overlaid that onto all of the options we'd shown previously just for some impact and see what that looks like. So looking at the option number 1, 2-story, and we've talked about this already, but you know it affects the corner here. And I think with all of these, there is going to be some impact with the basalt in terms of the construction. We go to the next one, option 2, with the curved idea, really misses the hard basalt and would just be getting into the gravel at this point. Option 3 hits a fair amount of it in the corner there. It's obviously the basalt is ramping up with the slope on the back side. Option 4, picking up the corner there of it. The reverse or the wrap gets into quite a bit of the hard basalt into that corner. Makes sense how the site slopes up there. And option 5, we're not sure on this end. It may be that we're out of basalt at this point. We were assuming going down 20 feet or so in terms of excavation for option 5. At this point, we would be into it about 22 feet of excavation at that point. And then when you get out in the center here, it's about 7 to 8 feet of excavation of basalt.
Do these all give roughly the same floor space?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So, you know, we did a little bit of research, I'd say a little bit. We had our geotech look at the situation with the basalt. You know, the loose basalt is no problem, gravel, that can be removed. We get into the hard basalt, you would be pneumatic chiseling, probably. That would probably be most likely. Or perhaps blasting with it. Just on a calculation basis, we did just a preliminary look at this one, just out of kind of curiosity of how much basalt there would be. And we estimate there's somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 cubic yards of basalt that would need to come out, which would equate to 500 dump truck loads basically of basalt coming out of there. Now, there's been some good points made about it. You know that basalt could be valuable. I mean, in terms of a product, which I think is a good point about it. But you are looking at a significant excavation to do that.
Lots of money.
Okay.
All right.
So on to the conclusion part. We're hoping to get direction on where we're headed. Next step, we'll be preparing the historic design review submittal for December 17th. Site design review submittal by December 17th. We're continuing to work, or we will be continuing to work on the architectural engineering documents. We would hope to get approval from the HRB in the Oregon City by January 27th and February 23rd of 2015. and start construction in July, and be ready to open up in August of 2016.
Now I'll ask some questions.
All right.
Because we've gone through it. Can we go back to option 1? The same thing will apply to option 4.
Option 1.
Option 1, right.
With the 6th Street entry?
Option 1 is a 2-story.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm presuming that basalt area would, the second floor would be built above it, right?
That's correct.
What I'm wondering is, would there be the possibility of changing the floor plan a bit so that the first story in some way excludes that heavy basalt,
Mm-hmm.
and get the same floor space by perhaps lengthening it, or I don't know, one way or another?
Mm-hmm. So certainly possible. Could be by reconfiguring it somewhat. As you saw with the curved option, you could actually get that in there without getting into the basalt.
Yeah, I understood that. The third option was one
Not
that
that I'm
got 3
proposing
votes.
that.
Isn't that the one that got
We're
3
at
votes?
1 and 4.
I was the
One
only one
for-
that liked it.
Well, 1 for we got people that are promoting others, and we'll listen to that. But
Yeah.
The point is that there are ways to avoid getting that basalt. And I was going to ask you a question that probably sounds a little ridiculous. Is there a way that you could actually incorporate the basalt itself into the building,
Mm-hmm.
so that the kids could climb up
on
on
it.
this piece of
Mhm.
basalt on the first floor? Is that
Love
possible?
the idea.
Well, no, I do too, but is it possible, and is it
We're
economically
going to import
possible?
parks people into the library.
And is there a liability to the city?
Well, I think, there's several things you could look at. One is, if you're digging into it, you could actually expose it inside.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Which would be pretty interesting, I think. The other thing, if it became a real problem in terms of actually excavating into it, I suppose it would be possible that you could step up that end of the building on the first level to rise above it. But my guess is, I think for that amount, I think that would be an acceptable part of construction, to expect to remove that amount of basalt from the site.
Hello, I have a question.
Yes.
You gave an estimate of, 5,000 to 6,000 cubic yards of basalt coming out of the underground?
Correct.
That number 1 model is showing quite a bit of basalt. Did you do an estimate on that?
I do not have an estimate on that one.
I think that's
This-
something that's important to look at,
Mhm.
because it's quite a bit there too.
I will do a quick calculation before the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
You bet. It's a good question.
Any other questions from
thoughts?
the commission at this point?
No, at this point.
No,
Not yet.
not yet.
Great. Then, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing all that work.
Yes, thanks.
It's been a great process, I think.
So, Doug, or Mayor Neely,
I'm both,
I know.
I've been Doug a lot longer than I've
Mayor
been
Doug
anything
Neely.
else.
There we go. So, I'd like to introduce the library board, those members who are
You bet.
here, and then
Yeah.
have a few of them come forward.
Sure.
Sure.
So, if the library board members who are in the audience wouldn't mind standing. I'll start over here. We have Claire Kellogg, Fred Haynes, Don Wright, Eileen Sheridan, and D.A. Hildebrand. And we're just missing 2 people tonight.
Have you been ostracized from the group, DA?
Maybe he's okay with that. Huh? Thanks for hanging out with
Very
us.
good.
And I'd like to invite DA to come forward, and Claire, why don't you join him up here? And Laura Ingham couldn't be here tonight. She's our chair. So DA is going to read some comments from Laura, and then he'll have some of his own comments.
So you haven't been ostracized because you've been chosen to speak, and they feel shorted.
I think you're right.
Oh, okay.
I'm D.A. Hildebrand. Do I need to give address and all that stuff?
You know, I know you're a board member.
Board member. And
Yeah.
I'm reading, in this case, I'm reading for Laura Ingham, who's our chair, but couldn't be with us tonight. As the current chair of the library board, I would like to first thank the commissioners for their past and current cooperation as we have searched for and then decided upon the site for our new library expansion. I appreciate the sense of partnership and trust you have exhibited over the past year and a half. I am now in my second term on the library board and have been witness to the struggles our library has faced as we had to move from the previous Hilltop location and then evaluate and consider countless potential sites. Our work has been thoughtful and done with consideration for how to best serve our entire community. It is with this in mind that I support option 4, the single-story expansion. I feel that although the footprint may be larger, the building has less mass and will be less intrusive in the neighborhood than the 2-story option. The 1-story option will allow for staff to be freed up to continue the great outreach and programming that has been increasing over the past several years. Building community and providing opportunities to enrich and increase literacy in our community is a better way to use our library staff skills and talents than to have them simply supervise the physical space of the second floor. Speaking as a resident of the neighborhood and as a mother of 2 young children, I am excited by the change to the park that option 4 presents. The plan embraces the spray park and makes the space more cohesive. The loss of green space will be made up for by a children's room that I believe will blend beautifully with views of the spray park and redesigned play space worthy of our children. We are incredibly fortunate in this neighborhood to have green space and play areas in several different locations. We are also very fortunate that our library is located here, and we should make it the best library for our entire community. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was hers?
That was Laura's. Okay. Mine's a little less, but maybe formal. I think we all have a commitment and indeed an obligation to the city and to the rural citizens of the library district to build the best and most economical library that will serve our community for the next 100 years. As you know, the library board and the building committee have selected the single-story design solution, and so I'm speaking to encourage you along those lines tonight. Tonight, I think we have in balance 2 issues, the library and the park square footage, and the 1- and 2-story design solution. Looking at the library and park square footage issues, I want to dwell just for a moment on the underground because when it first came out, we all grabbed a hold of that and thought, wow, that's really pretty cool. And I want to admit that I think I was the first one to say that we need to route Singer's Creek through the library.
Yeah.
And I felt if we did the underground solution, but you didn't like it. Something about water and books that don't get along.
Apparently they don't mix.
Especially during heavy flows.
And even though we're being criticized for inadequate investigation of this alternative, I think we know that it fails to meet our expectations on many levels and therefore really requires no more study. There is a complete disconnect with the Carnegie when we do that. There is a budget-busting waterproofing problem. And based on some budget numbers that I got from the Ermatinger project, we can project that there's going to be a cost that's pretty significant just to do waterproofing and the additional reinforced concrete work that's going to take to deal with the hydrostatic pressures that are involved. I did some estimating and came up with a number of $330,000, and that number represents about 6% of our current construction budget. So that's a pretty big percentage for a single line item. I don't think I want to address a rock crushing plant on the site to make gravel to sell. Building underground across the front of the Carnegie would necessitate closing the Carnegie during construction because of the tight site, and probably also would cause us to have to still do some connective work on the south side. So I think all of our connections to the Carnegie would be eliminated, and I think that's a serious consideration to keep in mind. The other thing that I think the underground solution does is eliminate the need, or people think it eliminates the need for losing any park square footage, and that isn't really going to be the case, because we're dealing with access issues for ADA that are going to take a lot of room. We're talking about HVAC issues. How does that happen? It's going to happen on the surface, and we're going to need daylighting. So all of those things take away from square footage in the park. Okay, so I want to move on to the reality of what happens up on top when we want to build in the park. I think the architect team has introduced a plan to repurpose the current play area, making a new spray park multifunctional and exciting. This plan includes an enhanced play area, replacing unsafe equipment. Even though a minority group would have us build away from the old equipment, I ask whose liability they keep in mind when they want us to leave all that old stuff alone. I'm also really concerned that I haven't observed in the Carnegie Park the kind of level of intensity of use by regular neighborhood people that I see in other neighborhood parks in similar situations. And the reason I think that that's the case is because there are so many parks right here in our area, which kind of led me to understand that the McLaughlin neighborhood has the largest per capita park space in the city. Yet we're hearing of these worries about mitigating for the loss of the park square footage. And I'm not sure that our expansion in any way is going to leave the neighborhood poorer, because it's already got the best park situation in the city. From a historical point of view, I want to everybody to remember that was a cow pasture for common pinning before Carnegie made its offer of delivering the money for the library. And I think we have a historic precedence that the park essentially is there to support the library, and I'm thinking that that's a very important issue to keep in mind as we look to our expansion. So I think choosing the best library footprint, which I think is number 4, does not degrade the park or shut out users. Rather, I think it enhances the experience for both park and library patrons. Okay, bear with me to talk about the 1- and 2-story business just for a minute. Do I have a time limit?
No.
Okay, all right. I'll make it quick. I don't think anybody is really appreciating just how tall that second story is going to be, and when there's finally a roof and HVAC enclosures and so forth on top, I think it's going to compete with the canopy that's already there. I think more so than I think the renderings actually display. A second floor adds a staff commitment forever and reduces our staffing flexibility, which you heard from Laura. The 2-story plan will be more expensive to build because we need a heavier second floor structure in order to carry stacks. Now, right now, we are estimating that that's about an $80,000 factor. The 2-story also means that we'll have to expend dollars on stairwells and elevator, open spaces that are associated with the circulation between the 2 levels, and in my estimate, that is about a $320,000 factor. Now, overall, $400,000 is going to buy about 1,000 square feet of library, or it'll cover all the park enhancements and still leave us looking good on our budget. So that's something to keep in mind. Library programming flexibility is the most efficient with the 1-story plan, and I think this is most important because we can't predict the future requirements of the library and its service demands. We've been told that a 2-story option remains more park, or leaves more park square footage, but also gives us room to expand in the future. I think the public really needs to understand that future expansion will be in the form of branches, but not a bigger single facility. The 2-story plan can get us into problems with ADA access, and we talked about what would happen to the front of the Carnegie if it were retained. But right now it looks like everyone's favoring the 6th Street entrance, which creates a large plaza. And I'm thinking that if we've got a big plaza paved over there, I'd rather see a building on it. With these limitations, it makes no sense to trade away dollars on structure and vertical access in lieu of building an inspiring entry plaza and an enhanced park feature. So my conclusions are that, as I mentioned earlier, we have an obligation to the greater community to provide the best library we can build. Our plans have drawn out a few dissenters, or worse, but we have, in our vision, the greater good for the larger community, and this means a single-story plan with all the park enhancements. Please support our once-in-a-century chance for an elegant design solution for our new library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Claire Kellogg, and if this was my personal library, I'd want lots of steps and lots of tall windows and views out the trees, and maybe, like Rocky, I like the two-story curved one library. But I want to emphasize that this decision of citing the library is so important that you have to look beyond your personal preferences.
Absolutely.
And I've looked to professional advice from Maureen Cole, who's library director, and the architect, and Maureen has spent years researching new modern library buildings, planning for this new building that we'll have, and the architects have built many library buildings, and I now realize from their knowledge that the one-story building really will give us more for the long term. We don't know what libraries will be like later, and the adaptability of the one-story library is going to offer more options as library needs change and maybe even city building needs change. And also the one story, I have been convinced that staffing will be much more efficient and will be much more economical for the city if we have the one story option. So that's why I have favored the number option 4, and that's, I hope you will accept that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you all. So now we'd like to hear from the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee.
And I guess I get to introduce and reintroduce to some of you Bob Burns is our chair of the Parks and Rec Committee. Bob's going to speak to the committee's recommendations in regard to this, and also acknowledge, you know, we've got at least one other PRAC member here. Roger Fowler-Tias is here, and earlier Mike Mitchell from the PRAC was here, and he and
Joyce Gifford.
Is Joyce here?
Mm-hmm. She was here
So
earlier.
Mike Mitchell and Joyce Gifford were both here, but I think the late hour they had to depart. So we had some other folks here from PRAC as well.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, thank you.
I won't tell you what TV programs I missed tonight. As have you. My name is Bob Burns. I'm the chair of the Oregon City Park and Recreation Advisory Committee. And I'm trying to catch a cold, so I'll try and keep my voice so you can hear me. We appreciate the opportunity to offer our recommendation regarding the various design options for the new library building. PRAC's role, as we see it, is to review the options as they impact or enhance the park area and green space. So we try to focus on the impact on the park space. We've had reports in the last several meetings, and we had a joint board meeting with the library board a week or so ago. We've had reports from Director Maureen Cole and architects Sid Scott and Joan Jasper and the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association. So we've had a lot of recent input. During the last joint board meeting with the library board in PRAC, after the questions and answers, the PRAC members expressed their design preferences, and 2 of our members favored option 4, the one-story wrap option, and 5 favored the option 1, the 2-story 6th Street entrance on the screen. And at that point in the meeting, a motion was called for and a recommendation was made. And I'll read the recommendation that was adopted 7-0 in favor. PRAC recommends two options in priority order. We had a priority.
Yes.
And our first option was the two-story option with the 6th Street entrance. And the second option was, I think was called option 4, the one-story wrap that the library board favors. And the motion went on to say, if that option is selected, that's the one-story wrap, that PRAC urges the city to make a priority to mitigate the lost park space in other areas in McLaughlin part of the city. So if we're losing park space, which we're trying to protect and enhance, we'd like it made up someplace else if that's at all possible. And that motion passed 7-0. And the reasons for the two-story option with the 6th Street entrance, number one, there's about 1,000 more square feet in the two-story than the one-story. And that's 18,600 versus 17,600 square feet. Number two, there'd be 6,000 square feet smaller footprint in the two-story than the one-story, preserving some green space. Number three, it maintains and protects the current park space, or the size of the park. And looking at the one-story, and this is an estimate, but it looks like the park would lose about 40 to 50% of the space that's there now. Even though we liked the new features, the new spray park, we liked that, but there's still a loss of space. So I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to make these recommendations, and we strongly support the library project and recognize there are pros and cons to each of the options, and whichever you decide, we'll support strongly. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions, or am I free?
You're free.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks for hanging out with us and missing your TV shows.
Yeah.
The complaint from the library board would be less reading time. Anyway, Karen, are we going to go for regular public comment at this point? I have Karen Morey and John Drentlaw. Please come forward.
All right, good evening again. I'm Karen Morey, a resident of Oregon City. Whoops. And I am not giving you a history lesson for a change. I'm here to advocate for option 4, the single-story library. We are here tonight to discuss a library that is 40 and more years overdue, a library that is here for everyone in the library district from birth to death. No matter what their physical ability, whether it's raining, the sun's out, it's hot, or it's cold, or it's snowing, the library is there and open to every person. I was talking to a friend of mine who is more historical than I am, who says she used to go to the library almost every day. She no longer goes to the library because it's not accessible to her. She has a walker. And in order to get into the library, it's not only a long walk, but the ramp is an additional impediment, and having to wait for the elevator to go upstairs can be a problem. I've seen mothers with several small children trying to haul them into the library, and easier access would certainly be preferable. A single story is easier for everyone to navigate. It's more accessible. I find elevators in buildings tend to impede flow, and a single story and the openness increases the usability. Whether you're a healthy walker, a senior, if you're recovering from an injury, need a cane or a walker, use a wheelchair, or are mobile without devices but in constant pain, you deserve access to the library every day of your life. All of the children in the district will benefit from this library expansion. The neighborhood is not losing a park. It's losing a vision that the adults have of the park as it exists now. I agree with DA, that is scary equipment. The single story will still provide a play area for the children, and honestly, in my observation, spending a great deal of time in and around the library, and also something I learned from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. The usefulness of that park is for ages 5 to 12. It's a 7-year useful life for the playground equipment. The rest of the park, I've seen some kids, including Carlos mostly, rolling down the grass in the back of the library. I've seen some very inappropriate public displays of affection from teens on the grass behind the library. And the park is only useful when it's not soaking wet, when the wind isn't blowing. It's the spray park's only usable a portion of the year. The library is there 365 days less holidays. I wasn't going to count the holidays. I miss the wading pool. As an adult, I take my shoes off and go in the wading pool.
Yeah.
I have yet to give in to the temptation to walk through the spray park in my work clothes. I may do it eventually, but not just yet. So I'm advocating for a library for everyone, for every age. And one of the things that caught my attention today on the news is this reporting about the word gap, that children from affluent homes have heard 30 million words more than poor children. And the Portland Public Schools are commenting that children in Portland have no books at home. Small children, any children. That is sad, and one of the things Mo has pointed out, that with a single-story building, she would have staff more available for other projects. Part of that can be outreach. That's an area where maybe we could be addressing the word gap, and I see the little red light, but I have a quote I really want to read. I have yet to meet the tiny tot who doesn't enjoy sitting with a grown-up, turning the magical pages of a book. For many children, the library is the only place they will ever be physically engaged with all the possibilities there are on the shelves. That is why so many small children's activities are based in library buildings, resource not to be found or replicated elsewhere. Having a space where the sole purpose is to engage with words and pictures, to create memories that last a lifetime, is a delight and not to be given away lightly.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Neely, and fellow commissioners. My name is John Drentlaw, and I live at 3220 South Shore Boulevard in Lake Oswego, Oregon. And I also want to make it known that I am a appointed public official, and I have no conflict of interest. I'm a commissioner on the Clackamas County Planning Commission. So, and I have no other pecuniary interest in this project. So. And what I last Wednesday came to the meeting, was interested in hearing what options were being selected, and at the meeting I heard numerous proponents of a underground option, and then the reasoning behind the underground option was there was talk about the rock, and then there was also talk about waterproofing, and both of these options have been addressed in many projects that have been done. And for the, I'm glad to see that the new geodesign report or geotechnical report has come out, because there's some very good information in there about what kind of rock you have. First of all, it is a decomposing basalt. This is not a hard indigenous product. And so that is a key element of the status of that rock. And also, if you to refer to page 4, it's about the rippability of the rock. And for that, it states, rock that is too hard to be ripped is typically fragmented with impact hammers or explosives and excavated. And that's what people have been talking about here. Or basalt rock considered rippable by standard construction equipment with a single or double rip shank for pressure wave velocities below 6,000 feet per second. Then if you look at the table, the charts that are in the back here for each one of the new borings that was done, The hard basalt is between 4,000 and 5,000. That is significantly below the 6,000 level. And so this can be easily extracted with a riprap approach, ripping. And there would be no need for pneumatic hammers or also dynamite or drilling and shooting. So not sure exactly how detailed these reports were reviewed. And being on the Planning Commission, as mentioned earlier, look at things in a lot of detail and discover opportunities for projects to come about, or also be realized all the capital opportunities here. And with that, there was talk just recently about the hydrostatic pressures of a foundation. And every foundation that is built has to be designed with 100% hydrostatic pressure. It is not a new condition. That's standard building code requirements. And other items, talking about the elevators. You have an existing structure that has a basement in it. And if you're going to be building a single story with no new access to that basement, that will become wasted space. If you were to use a excavated area, you'd be able to utilize the same means of access for the upper level and the lower level of the existing building for ADA access in and out of the new facility if you chose that method.
Could you, I'm not quite sure I followed you.
Okay. The existing Carnegie building, okay, it has a lower level and an upper level. And the upper level is about 4 feet above the native ground around.
Yes.
And to the best of my knowledge, there is no elevator in that building.
Yes,
at this
there
time.
is.
Oh, there is. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay.
I've been for years, actually.
Okay.
Years and years and years.
As I mentioned, my understanding is very limited about some of the features, so thank you. Okay. And then we also heard about the amount of excavation of rock, say 5,000 to 6,000 cubic yards. But something that was not addressed is the amount of import that's going to have to happen. And import is much more expensive than extraction. And you're going to have to import at least 4,000 cubic yards to be put in a slab or a single story. And so where do you want to spend your money is the big question. I mean, your options are in front of you. What I'm getting at is I wouldn't use engineering as the reasoning, because it's more about what does the public want. Does the public want to focus on sustainability and utilize the geothermal energy that's going to be coming out of an underground the same way that the capital in the state of Oregon is utilizing their geothermal energy? And that is something that is being pursued by projects throughout the entire country.
What's your time?
Thank you. And then other options, just a comment here. Yeah, and then also, if you have your walls in the basement, you have to figure out the credit that you're going to be getting back from the exterior walls and all the fenestration, which is your much higher expense than a concrete foundation wall. And so those are real options in front of you. If there's other reasoning, that would be more easy to understand. So thank you.
I think we probably all received your email too,
Yeah.
so we'd read that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Stewart and Steve Van Haverick. Now I end up insisting that you do it in the order I call you.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, Terry Stewart. I'm talking tonight not only personally as a resident of the McLaughlin District, but also as a realtor. I own several homes in the neighborhood, so I have a real stake, and I have a fourplex, close to $1.5 million in real estate just in the McLaughlin District, most of it mortgaged. But anyway, also, so it's important to me what's going to happen in our neighborhood. In addition, as a realtor, I've been in the business 30 years, closed more than $200 million in real estate sales. I've sold 400 homes just in the McLaughlin District over the years, several of them 2 and 3 times. So I feel like I have an opinion. And one thing that is really important is the green space in neighborhoods. And I know that there's been a lot of people with a lot of agendas, and the library, the city's best library they can have, but this is our neighborhood. The parks, availability of park space and green space in a neighborhood is vital to real estate values. And just, aside from my opinion, quoting from the National Recreation and Parks Association, more than 30 studies have been shown that parks and green space positively affect real estate values. Neighborhood parks can provide up to a 20% increase in housing values depending on their distance from the park, and community parks can also provide benefits up to more than 33% of the residential real estate value. One of the most important things that I'm finding with buyers these years is the walkability of neighborhoods. A walk score measures the walkability from 0 to 10, and it's based on walking route destinations to grocery stores, schools, parks, restaurants, retail, and transit. The homes around the McLaughlin, or around the Carnegie Center, have a walk score of 89, which is just huge. And then the last thing I want to say is that as a resident, I would like I guess my biggest complaint in living in this neighborhood in the years that I've been here, and it's been a lot of years, is I don't feel that a lot of the residents or some people in the city think of us as a neighborhood. We have seniors, we have families, we have children, we have baseball games in the street, we have buses with multitudes of kids that get picked up, and I'm on 4th Street. We're a neighborhood. And I think we've been really accommodating to all the different public buildings that have come into our neighborhood. We've got City Hall, we have the whole school district administration, we've got Public Works, we almost had more Public Works, and now we have the library. We've put up with a lot of city buildings. We're putting up with the traffic. This is our neighborhood. And so when I hear someone say, the most important thing, there's parks, but the most important thing is the library to the rest of the city, I was very disappointed to find out that the library location was going to be in our neighborhood park. I mean, with all the other places, that you could have possibly chose, why again in our neighborhood? And so, yes, I know the library is really important to a lot of people, but our park's important to us too, and this is our neighborhood, and this is our livability. And once again, we're being asked to give up this neighborhood, this McLaughlin district, give up for the benefit of the whole city. And I really feel like we've given up a lot already. So I think it's important to listen to the residents and also retain as much of our park, our neighborhood park, where we take our children and our grandchildren and have the smallest footprint possible. Last but not least, 75%, I went back and looked at my stats, and 75% of the homes that I have sold in the McLaughlin district, and that's been over 400 of them, have been to outside residents. And I can assure you that every single person that has come from outside this city area that I have shown our neighborhood to, I have driven past that Carnegie Center in the library park. We've even got out and looked at it, because that's a big deal to them. They want to know that, what's around, where can they take their kids, and where can they go and have some space and time. So, thank you.
I'm going to make a request. We've let people go way beyond their green time. We've got a lot of people scheduled to speak, and I want everybody to keep down to 3 minutes, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Steve Van Haverbeek. I'm a resident of Oregon City in the totally misnamed Park Place. We continue to hear about loss of park space in McLaughlin neighborhood. And yes, it could be an issue, but every Sunday morning I walk the promenade. Beautiful place, overlooking a wonderful site that's going to be part of our new Main Street, and think of all the other parks that are still available. Park Place has one park.
Yeah.
It's not the best. But what we do have here is the Carnegie. I grew up in a town where we had a Carnegie library. It was 2 stories, sort of, but was basically a single story with 2-story stacks. Eventually, the town grew too large to use that, and they moved to another place and added on to that and made an abomination. What we have seen is plans to add to our Carnegie in a way that makes it very historically pleasing. And to continue that, I still think that the single-story option is less intrusive overall and will add to the historical nature of the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Van Haverbeek and Wendell Belknap, I believe. Belknap, excuse me.
Hi, Linda Van Haverbeek from Morgan City. I've been on the library board. I've been the president of the Friends. I'm on the Library Foundation, and I would encourage you to keep the best means of the city, all the good of the whole city in mind, and I would encourage you to vote for option 4. I'm having more and more difficulty getting around, and every time I go to the front door, I'm either in pain or I feel like would be humiliated to have to go to the back door. And I think this is a very good thing for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll cut back on my comments because of the late hour. My name's Wendell Belknap. I'm an attorney. I've been here since 1992. My office is at 411 5th Street, just a few blocks from the Carnegie Center in the Library Park. I appreciate you taking the time to hear our comments. I would advocate for the underground option or option number 1. I can tell you that my family, through the years, they're older now, we don't go over and sit on the swings anymore, but we use that park. The park, I think the green space is important. Anything that minimizes the footprint on the use of the green space would be an important way to do it. And again, the underground option and option 1 best accommodate both the needs of the library and the needs of a park. So
thank you.
That would be my comment.
Okay, and Jessica Belknap and Kimberly Walsh. If I mispronounce anybody's name, please correct me. Go ahead, ma'am. You don't
Okay.
you have to
Okay.
wait for anybody else.
Thank you, Mayor Neely and council members or commission members. I'm a resident of the McLaughlin neighborhood. My husband and I chose to live and purchase a home in the McLaughlin neighborhood in part because of our home's close proximity to Library Park. Immediately we saw the beautiful gem in the center of the neighborhood as an ideal place we could walk our dog, take our friends and their kids, and lounge in the shade on hot summer weekends. Library Park is unique from anything else in Oregon City, and we'd be foolish to tarnish such a special place. I like to call it our Central Park. For the McLaughlin neighborhood residents, past and present, the park and historic Carnegie Building hold memories of concerts, watching children grow up and playing on the playground or in the fountain, or personally enjoying a quiet book under a tree or picnics with friends in the shade of the canopy. The proposed above-ground designs do not reflect the importance of this place in our community or the wishes of the McLaughlin neighborhood residents. Any above-ground expansion to the current structure will not only degrade the historical integrity of a place listed on the National Register of Historic Places, but will also create a building disproportionate for the size of our park. It is the belief of many of the residents that a library of this size is inappropriate for this neighborhood, given the limitations for parking and the added traffic it will bring to the surrounding neighbors. However, If this location of the library cannot be changed, as we neighbors and community members wish to minimize the negative impacts on our historic community by preventing the loss of park space and the disruption to the beautiful historic Carnegie building. The best way to do this is to build the expansion underground. The forward-thinking design option is the only solution that fulfills all of the needs for the library expansion at this location while maintaining the beloved park for the community. Library Park is to Oregon City what the park blocks are to Portland and what Central Park is to Manhattan. Those desirable plots of land could be used for something else, with the city's constant need for expansion and increasing property values. However, those other cities and their residents have made the green public spaces a priority and have found alternative locations for building projects in order to preserve those areas that make their cities special, memorable, and livable, and beautiful. The cost of losing this green space is one from which our neighborhood would never recover. As a neighborhood, McLaughlin residents are starved for clean, safe, well-maintained, centralized green spaces. We have parks, but many of them are none of those things. This is our park, the center of our neighborhood, and a place of historical significance that is incredibly special for the neighborhood's residents. If the library expansion must be here, please choose the underground option. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Kimberly Walsh next. You're going to yield your time?
Denise go first because we're representing the neighborhood. It makes
That's fine.
more sense to go in a
Sure.
specific order.
Now, is Gary Graves also representing the neighborhood?
No, it's
Okay.
myself, Kimberly Walsh, and Jesse Buss in that order.
Okay.
So thank you very
We
much
can-
for
we can arrange that.
hearing us again. I'm Denise McGriffin. I am a member of the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association Steering Committee. Myself, Jesse Buss, and Kim Walsh have been authorized by the Neighborhood Association to speak on their behalf. There may be other members here who are speaking as well. We appreciate your being able to hear us. I didn't know that we were going to be up here and get a little bit vilified, but we do understand that the library is for everyone. The McLaughlin Neighborhood Association is at the core of our city, and the Carnegie is the heart of our neighborhood. We do have other parks. They're not improved this way, and I will admit for the public record that it's a good place to go and play on the swings at night when I need to think. I see other adults there, so they're out there, and the slide is, you know, if you need to clear your brain, you can go down the slide. It's a lot of fun. And I think there are a lot more adults who are not going to admit that they go over there, but we do. We want you to know that we care very deeply about the place that we live in, and we've told you this over and over again throughout the years. It's a balancing act that's going to be needed by you to meet the needs of the community as well as the library, the needs of the library for the community, and our needs for a quality of life, livability for the residents of our neighborhood. I think you've already heard from someone else who basically talked about some of the impacts that we are getting. So we understand that the library is basically for everybody. We get it. They're all coming to our neighborhood. We love the fact that they come to our neighborhood, but we get the bad and the good. How do we minimize the bad? How do you help us minimize this? And for those of you that live here, know that. For those of you that don't, you're coming through. Thank you for coming. But we do live here. I want to let you know that we feel, while many of our members have voted to support the underground option, we understand that there are some limitations, but we do have some points we want to make about that. We feel that the option that minimizes the footprint of the addition would not subordinate the historic Carnegie Library, nor detract from the architectural integrity of the building. The whole issue of the visual impact on that building is going to be minimized by having a two-story addition. The park, as you know, we have been hosting the concerts in the park for years. People love it. They love coming to our neighborhood. We miss it. We'd have loved to have had them there this last year as a goodbye, but that didn't happen. We made the best we could out of the into the Trail Center. Kim is going to talk to you a little bit more about the park area, so that ends my testimony.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Kim Walsh, and I live in Oregon City. Tonight, I'm speaking to you as a representative of the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association. First and foremost, the MNA feels that open green space, mature trees, playground space, and preserving the historic integrity of the Carnegie and Park are most important. With these goals in mind, the MNA voted unanimously for the following recommendations. First, we recommend that the underground option number 5 be further investigated, and Jesse Best will discuss that further. Second, we recommend an addition which has the smallest footprint. The Carnegie Library and the surrounding library park were recently put on the National Register of Historic Places. The application cites the park as a contributing asset to the historic significance of the area. If the open park space is a contributing factor in the historic nature of the Carnegie, it seems that any addition to the building needs to preserve as much open green space as possible. If an underground option is not chosen as a fallback position, the M&A supports option number 1, with the entrance being on the 6th Street side. This option has a small footprint, does not change the Carnegie, no ramps in front, no internal changes, and preserves the play area. M&A also likes option 2 because it has a small footprint, does not change the Carnegie, and saves the mature trees. However, as formally presented by the architects, option 2 does move the play area. M&A would support a hybrid option 1, option 2 design that reduces the footprint of the building while retaining the existing mature trees and the play area, and maybe, as Doug suggested, cut the corner away so you could save the tree and the rock underneath. Finally, we do not support in any form the design option number 4. This option has a footprint so large that the Carnegie Library is reduced to being an attachment instead of the other way around, and substantially reduces the usable park space. Both option 1 and option 4 require removing several large trees, including the huge maple on Jefferson Street. And again, we would love it if you could save this tree somehow. However, option 1, with the entrance on 6th Street, allows for more trees to be replanted. It is unclear in option 4 whether or not the maple tree on the corner of 6th and John Adams would be taken out. We strongly urge that this tree not be removed. It is the only tree on that side of the park which provides shade. The play equipment and spray fountain receive direct afternoon sun, and adults sit under that tree in the shade while they're watching their children play. Option 1 preserves the current play area and equipment and spray fountain. Option 4 requires moving the play equipment and possibly changing the spray fountain. The spray fountain and the play equipment have been updated within the last 10 years with considerable neighborhood input. It was very important to the neighborhood that the historical integrity of the park was preserved. Metal was chosen over plastic in bright colors. The wall surrounding the wading pool was kept intact so that when you drove by, it looked like the old wading pool, and no modern features or colors were used. The M&A feels that option number 4 does not allow enough space for a play area. Option 4 shows the play area smaller and more crowded than in option 1. Option 1, with the entrance on 6th Street, would provide the best access for ADA parking. Having the entrance on 6th Street is more central to all parking options. Option 4 has a longer walk from car to door. Please think about the park when deciding on how the library will expand. And I could go on, but I really tried to stay within the 3 minutes.
You're close.
Thank you for your time on this important matter.
Okay, and Jesse Buss,
Yes, Jesse.
followed by Gary Graves.
Do you want me to stay up here with you? Sure. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just here for moral support.
Well, yeah, my preference is to let
Okay,
Gary
we'll
Graves
go.
stay. Sit there, please.
Do you have a copy for the recorder too?
I do.
For the record.
These are actually already
In the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, again. So what I've handed you just now are 2 pages out of the several hundred that I submitted a week ago on behalf of the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association. There's too much to discuss in 3 minutes, so these are the 2 pages I'm going to focus on. But first, a few comments regarding the comments that have already been made this evening. First, PRAC last week didn't have any time to review any of what I submitted to you. They were given it at the time of the meeting, so they were only operating on testimony but not any written evidence. So their decision wasn't based on what you're considering now from us. Also, the chart that you were shown earlier about vote preferences from the community. It doesn't accurately represent the actual votes cast at the meetings. Every vote that was cast for the underground, people then were asked to vote for something else, and that wasn't true of any of the other options. So there's inflation on all the above ground options, whereas there's no inflation for the underground. Also, just want to say that regarding option 4, before the bond measure for the library went up to the voters, people were given a picture of a 2-story building. And for better or worse, people don't always read the full ballot measure, and they thought they were voting on that 2nd-story option, not a 1-story that takes up all the park. Once people have heard from me and others that, in fact, there's a proposal for a much larger footprint, they say they went to vote for it. Now to these 2 pieces of paper. The first one I've highlighted. These are the boring holes done in Library Park, 5 of them. 4 of them are behind the library where the basalt is just a couple of feet down. And B3 is right about where the swing set is, and that's one that goes down 13.1 feet before hitting basalt. The second page is the Ermatinger House report, which wasn't considered in any of the deliberations I've heard. But this, as you know, is across the street. You guys have been heavily involved in that the last few years. Those 3 boreholes just across the street go down 26.5 feet before hitting basalt. So between the swing set in the library park and across the street, you've got another dip of over 13 feet. So the underground option really wasn't given the time of day here. There were no boring holes done in front of the library, in the corner of 6th and John Adams. There's enough evidence here already to see that there's a drastic slope and a lot of dirt instead of basalt between B3 and the Ermatinger House boreholes. But in an abundance of caution, if you're not inclined to move forward with the underground option at this time, we would strongly encourage you to do some more testing to see if, in fact, maybe we can build this underground option where there doesn't require any extraction of basalt. If that's an issue, it may not be. If you build to the side and in the front, you heard Mr. Sid Scott say that we would need 20 to 22 feet to go down. With 26.5 or anywhere close to that, there'd be no need to excavate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Graves.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Gary Graves. I live in the Hillendale neighborhood of Oregon City. I remember the first time that I drove into Oregon City shortly after we moved from Montana to Oregon 20 years ago, and I saw the Oregon City Carnegie Library, and it was the highlight of that trip. The highlight of our time in Oregon City. It stands a classic, singularly sitting out there in the grass, and I love that. Part of the reason is I'm a 45-year educator. I was a school teacher and administrator and then educational researcher. So as you can imagine, libraries have played a big part in my work life, and I've got a special feeling for them. So the Carnegie that you have here was one of those, as Jessica said, a gem that stood out for me. I don't have a whole lot of dog in this fight, and I'm new to this whole process, actually. I became aware of the design options that were going on and being proposed not long ago, so I did a little research at the time. I went to both the Oregon City website that contains the diagrams and schematics, and I also read the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association report. From those readings, I wasn't able to make a decision between option 1 and the underground option. Part of the reason I came tonight is to let you know that those were my 2 preferences aesthetically. I really like the way option 1 with the 2-story design frames the Carnegie in front. It is sort of like a frame almost for it from the way I look at it in the diagrams that I've looked at. The other ones move around it and present a little more, I think, distraction in a way from it. But I like the framing with number 1. I also like the underground option because it does remove almost everything from that singular standing in the center of the grass that I first saw when I came here 20 years ago. I appreciate hearing what I've heard tonight. It's helped me understand a lot of the issues. As I said, I was rather naive when I first started this process. And but I still have some questions. One is related to the cost of the above ground, the option one versus the below ground. And the more I heard tonight, the less clear I am about what the net cost really is. It sounded at first like it was going to be much more expensive to go underground, but subsequent testimony has changed that a bit in my mind. It was in fact called budget busting, which caught my attention. I just wonder how much the total cost is going to be. So I'd like to have more information about that before any decision could be made for me and well as for the community. I also would be interested to know about the Carnegie Library usage over the last 5 years or so. Both the use of the website, electronic use, as well as the physical checkout of materials, books and CDs and that sort of thing. Because I'm interested to know, partly because of long term, but also in the shorter term, what kind of pressure there is, what kind of trend there is in this library in terms of use. I don't know that it affects necessarily any of the options particularly, but I started to think about that as I was doing my reading this last week. And I'm just going to reflect part of what Jesse just said about the accuracy of the Scott Edwards architecture report that the Multnomah Neighborhood Association equally supports some of the above ground options equally along with the
I hope
underground.
that's McLaughlin neighborhood.
What did I say?
Multnomah.
McLaughlin, absolutely. Sorry about that. And I wonder if the reliability of that SEA survey could be addressed.
Yep.
Thank you. Those are my
Thank you.
comments.
Thank you.
Good to hear from you again.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the pictures of the underground options, I don't know if those were designated as M&A submitted, but they were.
Okay.
So those should be considered to be part of our testimony.
Thank you.
Dan Salisbury, Damon Maybe, please come forward.
Just me?
I guess Damon's not here. Oh, you're going to read his. Okay.
I've been asked to.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm Jan Salisbury. I live up on the hill off of South End, but I had a business down here for over 25 years, so kind of a part of the neighborhood in that way. I've also supported the library in many formats since the late 70s and on the board and friends, etc. So this has been a passion of mine for a very long time. And when we passed the bond, I understood that the bond was to build a library. So that is a big concern. I applaud M&A for their research, their passion, their thoughtfulness, and their concern. But I see some things about the underground that I think has been brought out tonight that we need to be very aware of. The one big thing is when we moved from the Carnegie a number of years ago, one of the reasons we really felt like we had to move was constant flooding. Now that has been resolved, but for how long? And so if we build an underground, that could be resolved, but for how long? And water, as we say, water and books, that's poison. So I think that would be a very big concern. Also, as someone who lives in the Northwest and prefers light and windows, to go down into a dungeon for the library, it just doesn't appeal. And again, we have another access issue for ADA issues. Yes, maybe there's an elevator, but we've heard tonight about some comments about the use of that. So I would be concerned about that. I think, too, the people that live in the neighborhood, and no matter how we look at it, there's going to be drilling and blasting and pounding, and there will be complaints then. So that would be a huge concern about the underground area. The cost of removing the basalt could be offset by it may be an income maker, but I think that would be an issue that would not really be a big part of the thing. I think space is is primed to use any of the extra any of the extra space for stairs or elevators. Is a lack of use of space that's been mentioned, and I'd be concerned about that on a 2-story, and the lack of flexibility of the staff, that's a big concern. So I think we need to keep those thoughts in the forefront when we're talking about 2-story versus 1. 2-story is not a bad option, but I don't think it's the best. And I think in all, we need to remember that we're building a library for a community of around 50,000 people, whereas Oregon City is only 34,000. And back to the fact that when we voted on the bond, it was for a library. So that's what I think we have to look at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Jesse Bess again. I'm going to read from comments prepared by Damon Mabee, who couldn't be here. So Damon Mabee comments, I do not support option 4. It is unbalanced in its aesthetics. The enlarged footprint is unnecessary. Moving the playground will destroy the view of the Carnegie. Slides and swings will distort the photographic beauty of the site. Also, the playground will require the removal of additional lawn and its replacement with wood chips. Is this the view we want people to see of the city's living room? Thank you.
Thank you.
Damon, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay,
Brian Shaw.
I'm going to set you up again. I'm going to set you up again. Hold on just one moment.
And I might point out, you're the last speaker we've got listed.
I just made you guys wait. I figured I wasn't going to hang on.
He's been building up.
Is this a record breaker tonight? Or
it's getting there.
Is it? How much do I have to go?
Not
another 40 minutes.
Not compared to the Fowler days. So.
No.
All right, Brian Shaw, Oregon City. I've had the pleasure of working on the library building committee and working with a great architectural firm, and you've got a great contractor, and working with Mo, I've learned a lot about the library. And so as many of you know, during the day I'm in the manufacturing arena, but at 5 o'clock I turn into Brian Shaw, building designer. So most of my design work is on the residential side of things, but it all comes down kind of the same thing, whether it's residential or a library. It's got to function. You're about ready to spend $10 million here, and the building has got to function and work like a library for many years. So that's why I kind of favor a 1-story design. I know it takes up quite a bit of the park, and I'm a fan of the park, I'm a fan of the playground, and it's been hard for me to kind of balance that out. But when you look at the long range and all of the citizens of the community and stuff, I think it's the right direction. As a designer, I've appreciated all of these designs. I've been known to step out of the box a little bit, so when the curved one came up, I said, well, interesting. And when the underground came up, I was interested in that too. But for the underground one, I think my major concern there was, when you're doing your buildings, number one, it's got to function, but it's got to be conducive to people using the building. And for me, if I have to walk down 20 stairs, I don't like to use an elevator if I don't have to, but if I've got to walk down 20 stairs to get into the building and walk out 20 stairs, it's not real conducive to people using it, I think. So anyway, appreciate it, and I appreciate it all the time that I've been on this project and stuff too, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to invite actually our architects forward, because there's been some question as to your evaluation of a couple of those value of the costs and the capabilities, and then give you a chance to respond to that.
So
you want me to just jump in, or do you have specific
No,
questions?
You've been listening, and so just.
I have been. Yeah, and I'll say, related particularly to the underground option, anything is possible and could be done. My earlier comments in going back, and I appreciate the review, obviously, that folks have done of the soils report in detail, and I do appreciate that. My comments were based on the conclusions that we received from the geotechnical engineer, and I'll just briefly read some of the conclusions that they had. It says, based on the results of our refraction survey, difficult excavation conditions should be expected below the depth where the borings encountered refusal. So the borings went down to basalt, essentially, bedrock. And they're, based on their recommendation, they're saying that they would expect difficult excavation conditions below that, particularly in narrow confined excavations. The second part on the conclusion was decomposed basalt rock and hard basalt containing cobbles and potentially boulders is present at shallow depths over the site. Oversized material is not suitable for use as structural fill unless it is processed to meet the requirements for structural fill. Because of the presence of shallow, dense sand, gravel, and oversized material, excavations can become difficult, if not impossible, with conventional equipment. So, like I said, anything is possible. The gentleman that talked about rippability is absolutely correct based on their the P-wave velocity that they took on the site. So I guess I'm holding more, from my standpoint, based on the conclusion and recommendation from the geotech for that, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
I did want to point out something else. There was a question on the amount of basalt we would anticipate with option 1. And my calculations are around 130 cubic yards coming out of there. That. And one other item I wanted to point out, the gentleman was absolutely correct about when we were showing the options and we didn't have a lot of information at the time about option 5, the underground option. We did ask folks if they voted for that to vote for another one as well. So that is accurate. Okay, other thoughts, questions?
I think probably time for dialogue among us.
Yeah.
Kathy? We'll get we'll make sure she's on the speaker as well. We don't have the microphone on you yet, Kathy.
Okay, now we do.
Now we do. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, I am on the speaker.
Go ahead. I'm just checking.
Am I speaking, or is it my turn, or what are we doing?
Yes, it's your turn.
You can go ahead. You can take the first turn.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's extremely important to listen to the residents who have to live with the proposed structure. You know that I live in this neighborhood. Any commissioner can look at their neighborhood and imagine what it would feel like to have an ill-fitting structure in their near view. Burger King on the corner of the Rivercrest neighborhood or a community health center in the middle of Barkley Hills, they wouldn't fit. I also agree that when the measure was presented to the people to vote, they were given a two-story picture of what they were voting for, not a massive, immense building that would take over the entire park and change the feeling of that whole area. As to using elevators, those are just part of everyday life. I'm in an elevator 100 times a day. They're no longer considered barriers or a scary mechanism or anything else. They're not impediments. The options that have come from Jesse Bush show an incredible opportunities that need to be explored in detail. And the gentleman from Lake Oswego also gave us a valuable second opinion on the expense and building methods. We made a mistake in putting over $6 million into a city hall in this neighborhood that doesn't belong here and was not appropriately sized when it was put in here. We don't need to make another costly blender like that.
Excuse me, Kathy, I didn't follow you. What is it that you were talking about? The $6 million blender?
when we put
This.
City Hall into this neighborhood, it was over a $6 million blunder, and we don't need them to make another mistake like that. So as a servant leader, I feel compelled to speak for unanimity of those most affected and insist that we explore the underground option as the most viable alternative. Thanks.
Okay, I'll just rotate to Rocky.
I agree with you, Kathy, on the City Hall. That's about it. I have written down notes. I listened to everybody. The discussion tonight was incredible, and I appreciate not just the comments, but well thought out comments. Yeah. People spent a lot of time on this. In my mind, I'm looking at, but I do live in the McLaughlin neighborhood, and so I'm looking at it with those glasses as well. When we started this whole process as a commission, working with the library and library board, etc., we all know that this has been a long process. We've centered on the Carnegie for a very good reason. So we've exhausted all the other sites in the city. This is where it's going to be. We all know that. And now how do we make it work for a park and a historic building, which I think is probably the most iconic, one of the most definitely iconic buildings in the city. I think the park is as well. And so some of the variations of this project along the way, I've changed my mind, and I've changed my mind several times in ways I probably thought I wasn't going to. I've always had, I worked in the Carnegie in high school, grew up with the Carnegie. I remember, talking about the fact that we may never see the actual Carnegie look the way it does now today, and just seeing that old, the 1950s structure taken off the front and bringing it back to the original Carnegie, and how amazing that building is. And so for a long time, I never thought I would be okay with a building added to that building. But in seeing some of these concepts, I changed my mind, and knew that this is historically where the library's always been, and it should be there. And we want it to be there because if it's not there, we have to find another place, and we have to find a use for the Carnegie. So the questions to me is just how do we decide on each of these concepts? And I think the underground option was appealing to all of us. Do I think it's realistic? I didn't at the time when I first heard of it, even though I thought it was amazing. But I still don't feel confident that it's realistic. I like the curved version. But why did I like the curved version originally? Because I think it's important to have that original Carnegie look the way it does and be a focal point. The two-story version is one that we all liked originally, and that's one of the reasons that we chose. I think that's one of the iconic pictures that kind of made us think, oh, well, maybe this would work here. But now I'm not so sure I like the two-story. There's a couple reasons for it. I think both the two-story and even the one-story option I feel good about. Here's what I am concerned about with the two-story. I like the fact that we kind of could see the trees reflected in the windows and those kind of things. I remember seeing the version where we were looking at it from the street view and actually seeing the second-story building in the background. And I was kind of shocked by the fact that one of the views in the renderings, standing on the sidewalk, you actually didn't see the two-story because the Carnegie was actually from that angle. You couldn't really see it. I don't know how realistic that is. But the concern that I have is really about the use and the ability to use that building for staff, using that two-story section. The two-story section with a 6th Street entrance doesn't make any sense to me, because that's not the way you're supposed to go in that building. That's not, if you want to honor the building, you need to enter the way you should enter the building, either through the front door or from the front of that street, from what street is it? John Adams. So I think, you know, the one-story wrap is not something that I would have originally thought I would support. I definitely couldn't stand the wrap to the left. The wrap to the right towards the church was better for me than the wrap to the right. Excuse me. Oh my
late.
God!
It's late. You're doing good. Keep going.
So I think that, you know, the great thing about that, I mean, I appreciate staff's and the library board's opinion on what makes that one-story building so important, and you know, I have the same views about the park space. I think, you know, we're all balancing all of these. Let me go back to my notes because I want to make sure I say everything I wanted to say. When DA spoke about the one story, I think he brought up so many important issues and thoughts about it, and one is that entryway. But the other thing is this, in addition to the usability of a two-story building, I worry about the massing of that two-story building overlooking that Carnegie Center, and I understand people who think, well, you know, that look at the symmetry of that design and appreciate that, and so I'm weighing that. I think hiding the one-story building with trees is possible, but the entry to the building, I think, is one of the things that really made that stand out to me. I don't think you should be entering from 6th Street. The other thing is weighing the two-story structure against the other structures in that neighborhood, especially the National Historic ones. You know, we have the Ermatinger House across the street, which is two-story, but a shorter two-story than the one-story Carnegie, really. And then you have the church. And that contrast between the one-level addition to the church and the powerful structure of the Atkinson Church, I worry that the second-story Carnegie diminishes that. And that's a concern to me. Well, I think that may be all I need to say for now. I just find myself leaning towards the one-story wrap, even with all the arguments against it, which I think are valid. But I think the input from the library and library board really, I think, weighs in my mind. So I would say option 1 and then option 2, or excuse me, option 1 and then option 4.
Okay. Good conversation. I appreciate everybody doing their due diligence. It's a tough topic. I too took a lot of notes. Let's see where to start. The two-story with the second floor, option 1, is a concern for staffing. I understand that. I think that could be mediated. Personally, I like the entrance from 6th Street. I thought it added to the building. Let's see. I was kind of surprised that parking didn't come into the conversation very much for the neighborhood personally, but you know, maybe I should have brought that up.
Just wait.
Just wait for it. It's coming.
No matter what option.
No matter what option.
Underground parking.
Underground parking. I personally was not a fan of the underground, but I was okay with looking into that. I personally don't feel that the underground does the Carnegie Center any justice, in my opinion. So I would be leaning more towards option 1 because it would take up less park issue. And I know Park Place has they have one park in Park Place. And I know Parks and Rec, I'm sure, are working on all that. So that's kind of where I'm at, is option 1.
Commissioner Pauly.
Yes, good comments. Our architect, Sid Scott, he made the comment that there's a lot of input on this, and there's usually kind of one clear direction. And I think it's Rocky mentioned balance. I think it's because we are trying to balance so many things here.
Yeah.
We're trying to balance the functionality of a library, aesthetics, green space, and sense of a historic sense of place in the community, and also complement an existing historic structure while utilizing an existing asset. So that is a lot to juggle. And I think there's going to have to be compromises everywhere. Everywhere. And so I have a lot of notes too. Okay, let me start here. How can we coexist with the new library? We've all agreed it's going to be there. It's a great place for it. And the library park. How much does the park drive the library traffic? Because they are related. They interrelate. You can't take one without the other. It's not in a vacuum. Citizens were sold on the rendering. That's what they thought they were voting on. I do believe some people think that, and that's what we agreed upon. There had been renderings in the past, and nobody seemed to agree upon it, and it didn't go anywhere. We saw a vision, and we all bought that vision. And we worked hard to make sure that we were able to do that. I think it's a win-win if we can have a new library facility that's very functional and also keep the most green space possible. And what else? I love libraries and I love librarians. And I do. And thank you. I take very seriously what the library board has to say about the functionality. But I still wonder if there's a way we can really find that balance between the option 1 and also making it functional as a library space. They do it in West Lynn. Just saying.
Just saying.
Just saying. I think we can do anything they can do better. So there we go.
There you go.
Option 4, I do feel it really dwarfs the Carnegie. I think symmetry is important because I think the Carnegie really needs to stand out. And I feel that option 1 does help the Carnegie stand out. And also when you drive by or walk by the street, you will see the Carnegie, not just the addition. Let's see. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Before I go on with comments, I'm going to ask Scott Archer a question. Because it wasn't a major reference, but reference was made to the concerts in the park there at the library versus now at the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center. We've had that opportunity to have those concerts there. Do you have any estimates of attendance at the end of the trail versus that at the Carnegie?
I would say that I can't give you exact numbers or averages, but overall our attendance was quite higher than it had been, in the recent years past. the biggest concert that we had was the last one, the Johnny Limbo.
We've had those
an
at the-
estimated 3,500 people, which far exceeds our capacity at
Right.
the Carnegie site. So
Yeah.
I would say that it was very successful.
And even though I'm no longer in the McLaughlin neighborhood, I was for 25 years, and I'm still attached to that neighborhood. I'm still working on the house I used to live in, but I think actually the size of the park limited the attendance, and I think we're getting that now. There may be less people from the McLaughlin neighborhood going to the concerts, but I think citywide there are probably more because of to some degree parking opportunities, but also because of the size of the space. I agree with. First of all, somebody made a statement regarding, well, if option 4 was put on the was the vision that was put forward to the voter public, would it have passed or not? I think that person was basically in support of option 5. I would question whether if option 5 was put forward to the public, it would have passed or not. We do know it passed, and we do know it passed with images that were consistent with option 1.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think we probably all are agreeing in terms of the impact of option 4 on the aesthetics of the Carnegie. I think it takes away from it. And what we were presented early on in terms of something, when we then presented to the voters, were things that were akin to the option 1. I've made a couple of suggestions already, maybe how the basalt could be actually built into the architecture of the building, and perhaps entail a little bit less cost in terms of excavation. I do have a question, though, and so I'm going to ask the architects to step forward again, if you would. The point was made, of course, that the Carnegie's first floor is higher than the ground level.
Right.
And I presume our ground level of the of any of those options, except for option 5, is going to be consistent in the new library as it is with the Carnegie. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there major? I mean, we are doing some excavation, so I presume some corresponding fill can be occur associated with that. Is that a major issue? Somebody implied that it might be somewhat costly.
To fill?
To get it to the level of the Carnegie's first floor. You're not intending a basement.
That's correct. Yeah. So there would be, you can see on this option here, if you look at where the colors are on there, it's the majority is cut, not fill. For that the light colored is actually where we're down into the gravel.
Yeah.
Which is we've already taken the topsoil and everything off of that. So I think there'd be an opportunity to balance this, but it's actually more cut than it is fill.
So the point is you got the material to make the floor level comparable.
Well, that the report says that the stuff that's there would have to be basically like processed in order to be used as structural fill. So. But those are those are details we'll get into. But this one does a pretty good job of balancing the cut and fill on the site.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. And that was my question. The Carnegie. I drove around the block several times today, and it's not perfectly symmetrical from every direction you look at it. From the front, it is, but from the sides, the north side and the left side, they're fairly symmetrical on each side. On the north side, the windows, you got a couple windows that are smaller than on the south side. The structure of the stairs coming out of the Carnegie kind of disturbs any symmetry you have in the back, but the symmetry I think is important, and the fact that option 1 has that as a symmetry that I think is reasonably compatible with the first one. I wanted to actually compliment both the Park and Recreation Committee and the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association with actually presenting us a preferred option, but also an alternative option, and I appreciate that. I think we stuck the library board because we gave them two options, and I think they expected that they wanted a single option. We wanted a single option from them, so there might not have been as much of a. I know there was a dialogue. I heard about a dialogue between option 1 and option 2, but my preference is also option 1. Now I talked to our attorney. What we could do is all submit ballots with our names on it. Would not be a secret ballot indicating our option preference. And as we're doing that, Kathy could actually call out what her option preference was.
Well, I could call out mine.
Yeah. So. We could
I
just
have a question.
go ahead.
Why are we taking out the option of exploring further?
Well, I think we're indicating what our our preferences are at this point, and I'm not even if you found certain. I know your feelings about option 5, but I don't know that there's that strong a preference to explore it further on the part of the rest of the commission. But we can ask.
You can put it forward as a motion. See if you can get a second.
We got Commissioner Smith.
I will feel bad if I don't ask for the opinion from our library director. I want to hear from Maureen what she thinks. I know what she's going to say, but at least I have a feeling. But I think we need to hear it from her as well.
And that's the question of going underground?
No, what should we do?
Which option?
Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Well, okay. So in theory, you would agree with the library board and the building committee. I feel like those are the groups of people that are thinking purely about the library.
Right.
However, as has been stated, this is not just a library situation. There's many things to balance. And I have to say, from a librarian point of view, that a single level building is going to function easier as a library than a 2-level. Having said that, we just need a new library.
Yeah, right.
We need a new above ground library.
Yeah.
We need to move on a new above ground library so that we actually have time to get it built starting in the next building season. Because the longer we take, the more money we spend, the less goes towards the building. So, I would encourage you, after having looked at all of this, that if you feel that option 1 is the one that is more aesthetically pleasing to you, that creates the better balance in the park, that you feel like voters believe is what they expected, then I would encourage you tonight to make a vote, a motion to accept option 1 and see where that goes.
Commissioner Smith.
I'll just say thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So it seems to me that most of the commission, favors option 1. I favor option 1 more than continuing and investigating and dragging this on any longer. And I will be honest with you, it is that first image that I saw that said, we need to build the library here. I mean, that image changed my mind.
It did. I was there. I saw it. It happened.
Yep.
It resonated with all of us.
I've gone back and forth, and so I feel comfortable with that as well. I feel way more comfortable than walking out of here without a decision.
And thank you for asking me, by the way.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roth.
Well, I'm really concerned that we're feeling rushed to make a decision. I don't feel that pressure. I know people want to get into the building envelope, But like I said, we don't want to make another $6 million mistake, and in this case, a $10 million mistake. So what is the rush in making a decision tonight?
Well, from my standpoint, 20 years ago, I was involved in the library board where we put forward an option for a library bond, and it failed, and it's been 20 years in the process. I'm not sure, I understand your initial discussions in the last meeting where you're talking about energy efficiency. I understand that. I think the only way you could have a true study is to find out whether the general population would favor option 5. My guess is they won't. You might have people in this neighborhood. You might have. I'm not finished. You might have may have people in this neighborhood that feel that way because they want to have as much park space as they can. But this is a citywide election. This is a vote that passed by over 2/3. I will tell you the precinct 1 actually exceeded 2/3. That's the precinct in which several people here live in, and they were being presented with an underground library as an example. I doubt very much we would have got the approval if that was what was put forward. You go ahead, Kathy. I'm done now.
Okay, my point is, we're not looking at anything that looks like what we were presented with when we looked at the bond or at the measure.
We are.
And so
That's not true. One of those options looks very similar. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
I disagree, because we're looking at an entrance on a side street, and that's not what we're looking at when we were voting on it.
That can be discussed at actually the further design of option 1. It's not. I don't think that has to be fixed in stone or anything else at this point. We're just talking about the options. If there's a feeling that another entrance to the library is more preferable, then that's one thing that can be looked at. We don't have a final design here.
Okay, so we're still looking at options. So why are we cutting one option off and not looking at things on the other option?
Well, you can put forth a motion.
You can move.
And we're also not listening to the neighborhood.
The neighborhood is one part of the city, Kathy. This is a city library. It was every person. It was every person in the city that voted on it. And I honestly, I do respect the opinions given by the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association, but they did give the second alternative as option 1.
That's true.
Do I hear a motion?
I would like to put forward a motion. I would like to move to approve going forward with option 1.
Second.
It's been the motion made by Commissioner Pauly, seconded by Commissioner Mott. Vote, please. Kathy, you'll have to state your vote.
No.
It's 4-1. Congratulations. It's been, and I know this is going to be a good option of everybody.
Thank you very
We're moving forward.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break.
We still got more meetings.
Yeah, we still got some more stuff, but I don't think. As soon as I do this, reconvene. All right. Well, I got to get my agenda in front of me. Is it the item we pulled is up next?
8F.
Oh, yes. And I asked to pull that, and so did Kathy. So, Kathy, do you want to speak on that? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Before us, we have the public utility easement. Is that right? Wait, hold on. Contract? Oh, excuse me. Between for Oregon City Downtown Alley Enhancement Project.
Kathy, are you still there? I'm going to call her.
Okay.
Heck yeah. It's still early.
Well, shoot. Yeah.
Please leave your message for Kathy.
I think she's gone.
Okay.
This happened before, and we weren't able to.
Okay.
If she calls me, I will let you know, because that's what happened before she called me.
All right. Just one moment, if you will. Okay.
Yeah, she,
Um,
her legs all messed
Well,
up.
John Lewis's counterperson, substitute come forward, please.
You waited a long time for this. Oh my goodness.
She was trying to get me to put it back on the consent agenda so she didn't have to speak.
So Mayor, this is Alita.
Yes, Alita.
That's what we call her, not John's replacement. She's Alita. And Alita's
I know
going to give
she
us
is.
a very brief, and I have to emphasize brief because she's an engineer and, they like details, but she's going to give us a brief synopsis of what this project is and so that the public would know. And I think that was the main thing that Commissioner Pauly wanted. You're familiar with the project, but you just wanted a little presentation so the public would know.
Yeah, I wanted the public to know, and I also wanted them to know why this is important and how it relates to other things, projects that we're going to be doing with our alleyways downtown.
Okay. And I guess I'm going to say good morning.
Not quite, almost.
Not quite. Pretty close.
Talk fast.
Okay. So this contract's for the construction of 2 alleys down along Main Street, the 700 block and the 800 block. The improvements that are being made with this contract are primarily upgrading underground utilities that are in very poor condition, as well as surface treatments for pedestrian enhancements to connect the Main Street sidewalks back to Railroad. Currently, if you've walked down there, they're basically asphalt, potholes, cracked,
a lot of ankle twisters.
puddling. Right now they're puddling from the rain. They're not a very desirable place for pedestrians. And in 2012, those alleys did have vehicular access, but were closed at that time with the recirculation project that turned Main Street from one-way to two-way. So now they're pedestrian sidewalk alleys, and pedestrians don't really use them. The enhancements, I think, are going to be a tremendous benefit just to the walkability of the Main Street area and downtown, as well as providing new places for possible event activities or other type of activities that are held downtown. The surface treatments will be consistent with Main Street sidewalks, concrete sidewalks, good drainage improvements so that the surfaces will always be well maintained without runoff puddling. And then the underground utilities, water, sanitary, sewer, and storm will be replaced so that there won't be any more impacts and repairs and construction work back there after these improvements are completed.
So are there other alleyways that are going to have the infrastructure improved, or are these two?
It's just the
main-
two. This
just
contract
the-
just covers the 2 alleys, and I believe most of the public involvement and stakeholder meetings with businesses primarily focused on scoping out these 2 alleys.
Okay.
I think one large benefit, in addition just to the better conditions of the alleys, is I think and I'll have Eric Underwood listen to me for this one, because I think these alleyway improvements might trigger some adaptive reuse that have access to the because there's alleyway.
The storefronts?
Yeah, so I think the opportunity for the storefronts to be starting to migrate down the alleys has a greater opportunity than that under the current conditions.
Right, and I really wanted that connection to be made known, because that there is a reason for this expenditure in this project.
And currently, we actually do have a lot of pedestrians that use Railroad Avenue and connect through to the Main Street, and I watch them all the time.
Yeah, it's amazing how
on the
many people
asphalt, and
use
they're, I think once the improvements are made, those
safer.
pedestrians will, be using these alleys in a much safer way. Yeah.
This is a piece of trivia, but when the when the artist was hired to do the photographs along the elevator there and painted, the street layouts there, and I saw, Water Avenue, and then I saw something blank, and then I saw Main, then I saw something blank, and I asked him why that was. He said that John McLaughlin's original plat showed alleyways going both directions on the downtown area. And so he was going by the original plat of that area, which I thought was interesting. So maybe we can knock out some buildings and have some alleys going the other direction. They're right.
2-minute warning, Your Honor.
Do I hear a motion? Do you need more information?
No. So approve the consent agenda? Is that
Well,
what
We
you're-
have to approve this one.
Oh,
this
yes.
item, so-
Okay, I move to approve.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Commissioner Mumm had to excuse herself. She had a bit of an accident on our tour underground, and she wanted to check out her wound, I guess. And with that, motion on the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
Vote, please. No.
There it goes.
Approved. City manager's report.
Mayor, I only have 2 things this evening, and both of them can wait. I did want to remind everyone that the Metro Council meeting is here tomorrow night for anybody that wants to attend, both here and in public. So,
Yes. And I think it's kind of nice we're going around from city to city. So
that is nice.
Yeah. I'll hold off anything I have to say as well because of the hour. But Rocky, you can go. Shoot.
1 minute.
Let's just sit here and watch the clock for the next.
So
This is a record.
Do we need to use that 1 minute?
Let's get out of here before midnight.
And how late's the Midway open?
Anything else for the good of the order?
30 seconds. I went to attended manufacturing day up at the college, and it was great. It was a great event, and I'll tell you more about it later.
Which made knives was awesome.